يا شهر الخير عساك بخير، في هذا العام نشوفك غير. اختلت لدروب تحل قلوب، لهالأنوار بحنين نذوب. تحن لها المجالس لمة الأحباب، ولنفاس التلاوة في حضن الكتاب. وعنا اليوم يا حسرة مغلق الأبواب، مجالس خالية وتناشد الغياب. وبالقرآن هي تزداد. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. شهر الصيام في هذا العام، لفعلنا بدمع الأيام. مساجدنا ومآتمنا وسط حسرة اختلت منا. نساي الليلة النص بسؤال الحال، عن البهجة التزفها بفرحة الأطفال. غصب هذه السنة تتغير الأحوال، وندعي ربنا يرجعها بالآمال. بالإحسان يا سبحان. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. يا حيدر يا أبو الحسنين، يا طالع حصن خيبر، يا فارس بدر وحنين. صدق بالغدر تتطبع، شباب دمه يتخضب، لاجله بالحزن ننحب. يا فجعة قلب زينب، يا علي وياها نصيح. علي بمحرابه يطبع، والموكب عسى وانا نلطم صدور حنينا. كانت هالشوارع هاي نمليها مراثينا. يا الله يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. من الأحياء نعيش أجواء، من الدعوات مثل صدى وله عشنا البيوت الله ليالي النور يا الله. مضايف ليلة القدر الكرم والجود عظيمة النعم من رحمة المعبود. وإذا ما إحنا قدرنا الذي موجود على هذا الشهر ما نضمن إن نعود بالغفران يا ذا الشان. يا شهر الخير عساك بخير في هذا العام نشوفك غير. اختلت لدروب تحل قلوب لهالأنوار بحنين الذوب. تحن لها المجالس لمة الأحباب ولنفاس التلاوة في حضن الكتاب. وعنا اليوم يا حسرة مغلق الأبواب مجالس خالية وتناشد الغياب. وبالقرآن هي تزداد. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. شهر الصيام في هذا العام لفعلنا بدمع الأيام. مساجدنا ومآتمنا وسط حسرة اختلت منا. نساي الليلة النص بسؤال الحال عن البهجة التزفها بفرحة الأطفال. غصب هذه السنة تتغير الأحوال وندعي ربنا يرجعها بالآمال بالإحسان يا سبحان. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. يا حيدر يا أبو الحسنين يا طالع حصن خيبر يا فارس بدر وحنين صدق بالغدر تتطبر شباب دمه يتخضب لأجل بالحزن ننحب يا فجعة قلب زينب يا علي وياها نصيح علي بمحرابه يطبع والموكب عسى نلطم صدور حنينا كانت هالشوارع هاي نمليها مراثينا يا الله يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله من الأحياء نعيش أجواء من الدعوات بقت لصدى وله عشنا البيوت الله ليالي النور يا الله مضايف ليلة القدر الكرم والجود عظيمة النعم من رحمة المعبود وإذا ما إحنا قدرنا الذي موجود على هذا الشهر ما نضمن إن نعود بالغفران يا ذا الشان يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله يا شهر الخير عساك بخير في هذا العام نشوفك غير اختلت لدروب تحل قلوب لهالأنوار بحنين نذوب تحن لها المجالس لمة الأحباب ولنفاس التلاوة في حضن الكتاب وعنا اليوم يا حسرة مغلق الأبواب مجالس خالية وتناشد الغياب وبالقرآن هي تزداد يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله شهر الصيام في هذا العام لفعلنا بدمع الأيام مساجدنا ومآتمنا وسط حسرة اختلت منا نساي الليلة النص بسؤال الحال، عن البهجة التزفها بفرحة الأطفال. غصب هذه السنة تتغير الأحوال، وندعي ربنا يرجعها بالآمال. بالإحسان يا سبحان، يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. يا حيدر يا أبو الحسنين، يا قالع حصن خيبر، يا فارس بدر وحنين، صدق بالغدر تتطبر، شباب دمه يتخضب، لاجله بالحزن ننحب. يا فجعة قلب زينب، يا علي وياها نصيح، علي بمحرابه يطبع، والموكب عسى نلطم صدور حنينا، كانت هالشوارع هاي نمليها مراثينا. يا الله يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. من الإحياء نعيش أجواء، من الدعوات بقت له صدى، وله عشنا البيوت الله، ليالي النور يا الله. مضايف ليلة القدر الكرم والجود، عظيمة النعم من رحمة المعبود. وإذا ما إحنا قدرنا الذي موجود، على هذا الشهر ما نضمن إن نعود. بالغفران يا ذا الشان، يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. يا شهر الخير عساك بخير، في هذا العام نشوفك غير. اختلت لدروب تحل قلوب، لهالأنوار بحنين نذوب، تحن لها المجالس لمة الأحباب، ولنفاس التلاوة في حضن الكتاب. وعنا اليوم يا حسرة مغلق الأبواب، مجالس خالية وتناشد الغياب، وبالقرآن هي تزداد. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله، شهر الصيام في هذا العام، لفعلنا بدمع الأيام. مساجدنا ومآتمنا وسط حسرة اختلت منا، نساي الليلة تنص بسؤال الحال، عن البهجة التزفها بفرحة الأطفال. غصب هذه السنة تتغير الأحوال، وندعي ربنا يرجعها بالآمال، بالإحسان يا سبحان. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله، يا حيدر يا أبو الحسنين، يا قالع حصن خيبر، يا فارس بدر وحنين، صدق بالغدر تتطبع، شباب دمه يتخضب، لاجله بالحزن ننحب، يا فجعة قلب زينب، يا علي وياها نصيح، علي بمحرابه يطبع، والموكب عسى وانا نلطم صدور حنينا، كانت هالشوارع هاي نمليها مراثينا. يا الله يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله، من الأحياء نعيش أجواء، من الدعوات بقت لصدى، وله عشنا البيوت الله، ليالي النور يا الله، مضى شايف ليلة القدر الكرم والجود، عظيمة النعم من رحمة المعبود. وإذا ما إحنا قدرنا الذي موجود، على هذا الشهر ما نضمن إن نعود بالغفران يا ذا الشان. يا شهر الخير عساك بخير، في هذا العام نشوفك غير. اختلت لدروب تحل قلوب، لهالأنوار بحنين الذوب. تحن لها المجالس لمة الأحباب، ولنفاس التلاوة في حضن الكتاب. وعنا اليوم يا حسرة مغلق الأبواب، مجالس خالية وتناشد الغياب. وبالقرآن هي تزداد. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. شهر الصيام في هذا العام، لفعلنا بدمع الأيام. مساجدنا ومآتمنا وسط حسرة اختلت منا. نساي الليلة النص بسؤال الحال، عن البهجة التزفها بفرحة الأطفال. غصب هذه السنة تتغير الأحوال، وندعي ربنا يرجعها بالآمال. بالإحسان يا سبحان. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. يا حيدر يا أبو الحسنين، يا طالع حصن خيبر، يا فارس بدر وحنين. صدق بالغدر تتطبع، شباب دمه يتخضب. لاجله بالحزن ننحب، يا فجعة قلب زينب. يا علي محرابه يطبع والموكب عسى وانا الطم صدور حنينا كانت هالشوارع هاي نمليها مراثينا يا الله يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله من الأحياء نعيش أجواء من الدعوات بقت لصدى وله عشنا البيوت الله ليالي النور يا الله مضايف ليلة القدر الكرم والجود عظيمة النعم من رحمة المعبود وإذا ما إحنا قدرنا الذي موجود على هذا الشهر ما نضمن إن نعود بالغفران يا ذا الشان يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله يا شهر الخير عساك بخير في هذا العام نشوفك غير اختلت لدروب تحل قلوب لهالأنوار بحنين نذوب تحن لها المجالس لمة الأحباب ولنفاس التلاوة في حضن الكتاب وعنا اليوم يا حسرة مغلق الأبواب مجالس خالية وتناشد الغياب وبالقرآن هي تزداد يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله شهر الصيام في هذا العام لفعلنا بدمع الأيام مساجدنا ومآتمنا وسط حسرة اختلت منا نساي الليلة النص بسؤال الحال عن البهجة التزفها بفرحة الأطفال غصب هذه السنة تتغير الأحوال وندعي ربنا يرجعها بالآمال بالإحسان يا سبحان. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. يا حيدر يا أبو الحسنين يا قالع حصن خيبر يا فارس بدر وحنين صدق بالغدر تتطبع شباب دمه يتخضب لاجله بالحزن ننحب يا فجعة قلب زينب يا علي وياها نصيح علي بمحرابه يطبع والموكب عسى وانا نلطم صدور حنينا كانت هالشوارع هاي نمليها مراثينا.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. حميم. تنزيل الكتاب من الله العزيز الحكيم. ما خلقنا السماوات والأرض وما بينهما إلا بالحق وأجل مسمى والذين كفروا عما أنذروا معرضون. قل أرأيتم ما تدعون من دون الله أروني ماذا خلقوا من الأرض أم لهم شرك في السماوات ائتوني بكتاب من قبل هذا أو أثارة من علم إن كنتم صادقين. ومن أضل ممن يدعو من دون الله من لا يستجيب له إلى يوم القيامة وهم عن دعائهم غافلون. وإذا حشر الناس كانوا لهم أعداء وكانوا بعبادتهم كافرين. وإذا تتلى عليهم آياتنا بينات قال الذين كفروا للحق لما جاءهم هذا سحر مبين أم يقولون افتراه قل إن افتريته فلا تملكون لي من الله شيئا هو أعلم بما تفيضون فيه كفى به شهيدا بيني وبينكم وهو الغفور الرحيم قل ما كنت بدعا من الرسل وما أدري ما يفعل بي ولا بكم إن أتبع إلا ما يوحى إلي وما أنا إلا نذير مبين قل أرأيتم إن كان من عند الله وكفرتم به وشهد شاهد من بني إسرائيل على مثله فآمن واستكبرتم إن الله لا يهدي القوم الظالمين وقال الذين كفروا للذين آمنوا لو كان خيرا ما سبقونا إليه وإذ لم يهتدوا به فسيقولون هذا إفك قديم ومن قبله كتاب موسى إماما ورحمة وهذا كتاب مصدق لسانا عربيا لينذر الذين ظلموا وبشرى للمحسنين إن الذين قالوا ربنا الله ثم استقاموا فلا خوف عليهم ولا هم يحزنون أولئك أصحاب الجنة خالدين فيها جزاء بما كانوا يعملون ووصينا الإنسان بوالديه إحسانا حملته أمه كرها ووضعته كرها وحمله وفصاله 30 شهرا حتى إذا بلغ أشده وبلغ 40 سنة قال رب أوزعني أن أشكر نعمتك التي أنعمت علي وعلى والدي وأن أعمل صالحا ترضاه وأصلح لي في ذريتي إني تبت إليك وإني من المسلمين أولئك الذين نتقبل عنهم أحسن ما عملوا ونتجاوز عن سيئاتهم في أصحاب الجنة وعد الصدق الذي كانوا يوعدون والذي قال لوالديه أف لكما أتعدانني أن أخرج وقد خلت القرون من قبلي وقد خلت القرون من قبلي وهما يستغيثان الله ويلك آمن إن وعد الله حق فيقول ما هذا إلا أساطير الأولين أولئك الذين حق عليهم القول في قد خلت من قبلهم من الجن والإنس إنهم كانوا خاسرين ولكل درجات مما عملوا وليوفيهم أعمالهم وهم لا يظلمون ويوم يعرض الذين كفروا على النار أذهبتم طيباتكم في حياتكم الدنيا واستمتعتم بها فاليوم تجزون عذاب الهون بما كنتم تستكبرون في الأرض بغير الحق وبما كنتم تفسقون واذكر أخا عاد إذ أنذر قومه بالأحقاف وقد خلت النذر من بين يديه ومن خلفه ألا تعبدوا إلا الله إني أخاف عليكم عذاب يوم عظيم قالوا أجئتنا لتأفكنا عن آلهتنا فأتنا بما تعدنا إن كنت من الصادقين قال إنما العلم عند الله وأبلغكم ما أرسلت به ولكني أراكم قوما تجهلون فلما رأوه عارضا مستقبل أوديتهم قالوا هذا عارض ممطرنا بل هو ما استعجلتم به ريح فيها عذاب أليم تدمر كل شيء بأمر ربها فأصبحوا لا يرى إلا مساكنهم كذلك نجزي القوم المجرمين ولقد مكناهم في ماء مكناكم فيه وجعلنا لهم سمعا وأبصارا وأفئدة فما أغنى عنهم سمعهم ولا أبصارهم ولا أفئدتهم من شيء إذ كانوا يجحدون بآيات الله وحاق بهم ما كانوا به يستهزئون ولقد أهلكنا ما حولكم من القرى وصرفنا الآيات لعلهم يرجعون فلولا نصرهم الذين اتخذوا من دون الله قربانا آلهة بل ضلوا عنهم وذلك إفكهم وما كانوا يفترون. وإذ صرفنا إليك نفرا من الجن يستمعون القرآن فلما حضروه قالوا أنصتوا فلما قضي ولوا إلى قومهم منذرين. قالوا يا قومنا إنا سمعنا كتابا أنزل من بعد موسى مصدقا لما بين يديه يهدي إلى الحق وإلى طريق مستقيم. يا قومنا أجيبوا داعي الله وآمنوا به يغفر لكم من ذنوبكم ويجركم من عذاب أليم. ومن لا يجب داعي الله فليس بمعجز في الأرض وليس له من دونه أولياء أولئك في ضلال مبين. أولم يروا أن الله الذي خلق السماوات والأرض ولم يعي بخلقهن بقادر على أن يحيي الموتى بلى إنه على كل شيء قدير. ويوم يعرض الذين كفروا على النار أليس هذا بالحق؟ قالوا بلى وربنا قال فذوقوا العذاب بما كنتم تكفرون. فاصبر كما صبر أولو العزم من الرسل ولا تستعجل لهم كأنهم يوم يرون ما يوعدون لم يلبثوا إلا ساعة من نهار بلاغ فهل يهلك إلا القوم الفاسقون. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الذين كفروا وصدوا عن سبيل الله أضل أعمالهم والذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وآمنوا بما نزل على محمد وهو الحق من ربهم كفر عنهم سيئاتهم وأصلح بالهم. ذلك بأن الذين كفروا اتبعوا الباطل وأن الذين آمنوا اتبعوا الحق من ربهم كذلك يضرب الله للناس أمثالهم. فإذا لقيتم الذين كفروا فضرب الرقاب حتى إذا أثخنتموهم فشدوا الوثاق فإما منا بعد وإما فداء حتى تضع الحرب أوزارها. ذلك ولو يشاء الله لانتصر منهم ولكن ليبلو بعضكم ببعض. والذين قتلوا في سبيل الله فلن يضل أعمالهم سيهديهم ويصلح بالهم ويدخلهم الجنة عرفها لهم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا إن تنصروا الله ينصركم ويثبت أقدامكم. والذين كفروا فتعسا لهم وأضل أعمالهم. ذلك بأنهم كرهوا ما أنزل الله فأحبط أعمالهم. أفلم يسيروا في الأرض فينظروا كيف كان عاقبة الذين من قبلهم. دمر الله عليهم وللكافرين أمثالها. ذلك بأن الله مولى الذين آمنوا وأن الكافرين لا مولى لهم. إن الله يدخل الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات جنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار. والذين كفروا يتمتعون ويأكلون كما تأكل الأنعام والنار مثوى لهم. وكأين من قرية هي أشد قوة من قريتك التي أخرجتك أهلكناهم فلا ناصر لهم. أفمن كان على بينة من ربه كمن زين له سوء عمله واتبعوا أهواءهم. مثل الجنة التي وعد المتقون فيها أنهار ماء غير آسن وأنهار من لبن لم يتغير طعمه وأنهار من خمر لذة للشاربين وأنهار من عسل مصفى ولهم فيها من كل الثمرات ومغفرة من ربهم كمن هو خالد في النار وسقوا ماء حميما فقطع أمعاءهم. ومنهم من يستمع إليك حتى إذا خرجوا من عندك قالوا للذين أوتوا العلم ماذا قال آنفا أولئك الذين طبع الله على قلوبهم واتبعوا أهواءهم. والذين اهتدوا زادهم هدى وآتاهم تقواهم. فهل ينظرون إلا الساعة أن تأتيهم بغتة فقد جاء أشراطها فأنى لهم إذا جاءتهم ذكراهم. فاعلم إنه لا إله إلا الله واستغفر لذنبك وللمؤمنين والمؤمنات والله يعلم متقلبكم ومثواكم. ويقول الذين آمنوا لولا نزلت سورة فإذا أنزلت سورة محكمة وذكر فيها القتال رأيت الذين في قلوبهم مرض ينظرون إليك نظر المغشي عليه ينظرون إليك نظر المغشي عليه من الموت فأولى لهم طاعة وقول معروف. فإذا عزم الأمر فلو صدقوا الله لكان خيرا لهم. فهل عسيتم إن توليتم أن تفسدوا في الأرض وتقطعوا أرحامكم؟ أولئك الذين لعنهم الله فأصمهم وأعمى أبصارهم. أفلا يتدبرون القرآن أم على قلوب أقفالها؟ إن الذين ارتدوا على أدبارهم من بعد ما تبين لهم الهدى الشيطان سول لهم وأملى لهم. ذلك بأنهم قالوا للذين كرهوا ما نزل الله سنطيعكم في بعض الأمر والله يعلم إسرارهم. فكيف إذا توفتهم الملائكة يضربون وجوههم وأدبارهم؟ ذلك بأنهم اتبعوا ما أسخط الله وكرهوا رضوانه فأحبط أعمالهم. أم حسب الذين في قلوبهم مرض أن لن يخرج الله أضغانهم؟ ولو نشاء لأريناكهم فلعرفتهم بسيماهم ولتعرفنهم في لحن القول والله يعلم أعمالكم. ولنبلونكم حتى نعلم المجاهدين منكم والصابرين ونبلو أخباركم. إن الذين كفروا وصدوا عن سبيل الله وشاقوا الرسول من بعد ما تبين لهم الهدى لن يضروا الله شيئا وسيحبط أعمالهم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول ولا تبطلوا أعمالكم. إن الذين كفروا وصدوا عن سبيل الله ثم ماتوا وهم كفار فلن يغفر الله لهم. فلا تهنوا وتدعوا إلى السلم وأنتم الأعلون والله معكم ولن يتركم أعمالكم. إنما الحياة الدنيا لعب ولهو وإن تؤمنوا وتتقوا يؤتكم أجوركم ولا يسألكم أموالكم. إن يسألكموها فيحفكم تبخلوا ويخرج أضغانكم. ها أنتم هؤلاء تدعون لتنفقوا في سبيل الله فمنكم من يبخل ومن يبخل فإنما يبخل عن نفسه والله الغني وأنتم الفقراء. وإن تتولوا يستبدل قوما غيركم ثم لا يكونوا أمثالكم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فتحنا لك فتحا مبينا ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا هو الذي أنزل السكينة في قلوب المؤمنين ليزدادوا إيمانا مع إيمانهم ولله جنود السماوات والأرض وكان الله عليما حكيما ليدخل المؤمنين والمؤمنات جنات تجري تحتها الأنهار خالدين فيها ويكفر عنهم سيئاتهم وكان ذلك عند الله فوزا عظيما ويعذب المنافقين والمنافقات والمشركين والمشركات الظانين بالله ظن السوء عليهم دائرة السوء وغضب الله عليهم ولعنهم وأعد لهم جهنم وساءت مصيرا ولله جنود السماوات والأرض وكان الله عزيزا حكيما إنا أرسلناك شاهدا ومبشرا ونذيرا لتؤمنوا بالله ورسوله وتعزروه وتوقروه وتسبحوه بكرة وأصيلا إن الذين يبايعونك إنما يبايعون الله يد الله فوق أيديهم فمن نكث فإنما ينكث على نفسه ومن أوفى بما عاهد عليه الله فسيؤتيه أجرا عظيما صدق الله العلي العظيم.
يا شهر الخير عساك بخير في هذا العام نشوفك غير اختلت لدروب تحل قلوب لهالأنوار بحنين الذوب تحن لها المجالس لمة الأحباب ولنفاس التلاوة في حضن الكتاب وعنا اليوم يا حسرة مغلق الأبواب مجالس خالية وتناشد الغياب وبالقرآن هي تزداد يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله شهر الصيام في هذا العام لفعلنا بدمع الأيام مساجدنا ومآتمنا وسط حسرة اختلت منا، نساي الليلة تنص بسؤال الحال، عن البهجة التزفها بفرحة الأطفال. غصب هذه السنة تتغير الأحوال، وندعي ربنا يرجعها بالآمال، بالإحسان يا سبحان. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. يا حيدر يا أبو الحسنين، يا طالع حصن خيبر، يا فارس بدر وحنين، صدق بالغدر تتطبع، شباب دمه يتخضب، لاجله بالحزن ننحب. يا فجعة قلب زينب، يا علي وياها نصيح، علي بمحرابه يطبع، والموكب عسى نلطم صدور حنينا، كانت هالشوارع هاي نمليها مراثينا. يا الله يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. من الأحياء نعيش أجواء، من الدعوات بقت له صدى، وله عشنا البيوت الله، ليالي النور يا الله. مضايف ليلة القدر الكرم والجود، عظيمة النعم من رحمة المعبود، وإذا ما إحنا قدرنا الذي موجود، على هذا الشهر ما نضمن إن نعود، بالغفران يا ذا الشان. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. يا شهر الخير عساك بخير، في هذا العام نشوفك غير، تلت لدروب تحل قلوب لهالأنوار بحنين نذوب، تحن لها المجالس لمة الأحباب.
كل هم وغم سينجلي بولايتك يا علي يا علي. كل هم وغم سينجلي بولايتك يا علي يا علي يا علي. كل هم وغم سينجلي بولايتك يا علي يا علي. كل هم وغم سينجلي بولايتك يا علي يا علي يا علي.
اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا علي يا عظيم يا غفور يا رحيم، أنت الرب العظيم الذي ليس كمثله شيء وهو السميع البصير. وهذا شهر عظمته وكرمته وشرفته وفضلته على الشهور، وهو شهر الذي فرضت صيامه عليه، وهو شهر رمضان الذي أنزلت فيه القرآن هدى للناس وبينات من الهدى والفرقان، وجعلت فيه ليلة القدر وجعلتها خيرا من 1000 شهر. فيا ذا المن ولا يمن عليك، من علي بفكاك رقبة من النار في من تمن علي، وأدخلني الجنة برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم رب شهر رمضان الذي أنزلت فيه القرآن وافترضت على عبادك فيه الصيام، صل على محمد وآل محمد. وارزقني حج بيتك الحرام في عامي هذا وفي كل عام، واغفر لي تلك الذنوب العظام فإنه لا يغفرها غيرك يا رحمن يا علام. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم إني أفتتح الثناء بحمدك وأنت مسدد للصواب بمنك، وأيقنت أنك أنت أرحم الراحمين في موضع العفو والرحمة، وأشد المعاقبين في موضع النكال والنقمة، وأعظم المتجبرين في موضع الكبرياء والعظمة. اللهم أذنت لي في دعائك ومسألتك، فاسمع يا سميع مدحتي، وأجب يا رحيم دعوتي، وأقل يا غفور عثرتي. فكم يا إلهي من كربة قد فرجتها، وهموم قد كشفتها، وعثرة قد عقلتها، ورحمة قد نشرتها وحلكة بلاء قد فككتها. الحمد لله الذي لم يتخذ صاحبة ولا ولدا ولم يكن له شريك في الملك ولم يكن له ولي من الذل وكبره تكبيرا. الحمد لله بجميع محامده كلها على جميع نعمه كلها. الحمد لله الذي لا مضاد له في ملكه ولا منازع له في أمره. الحمد لله الذي لا شريك له في خلقه ولا شبيح له في عظمته. الحمد لله فاشف الخلق أمره وحمده الظاهر بالكرم مجده الباسط بالجود يده الذي لا تنقص خزائنه ولا تزيده كثرة العطاء إلا جودا وكرما إنه هو العزيز الوهاب. اللهم إني أسألك قليلا من كثير مع حاجة بي إليه عظيما وغناك عنه قديم وهو عندي كثير وهو عليك سهل يسير. اللهم إن عفوك عن ذنبي وتجاوزك عن خطيئتي وسفحك عن ظلمي وسترك على قبيح عملي وحلمك عن كثير جرمي عندما كان من خطئي وعمدي أتمعني في أن أسألك ما لا أستوجبه منك الذي رزقتني من رحمتك وأريتني من قدرتك وعرفتني من إجابتك فسرت عدوك آمنا وأسألك مستأنسا لا خائفا ولا وجلا مدلا عليك فيما قصدت فيه إليك فإن أبت عني يتبت بجهلي عليك ولعل الذي أبت عني هو خير لي لعلمك بعاقبة الأمور. فلم أر مولا كريما أصبر على عبد اللئيم منك علي. يا ربي إنك تدعوني فأولي عنك وتتحبب إلي فأتبغض إليك وتتودد علي فلا أقبل منك كأن لي التتول عليك فلم يمنعك ذلك من الرحمة لي والإحسان إلي والتفضل علي بجودك وكرمك فارحم عبدك الجاهل وجد عليه بفضل إحسانك إنك جواد كريم. الحمد لله مالك الملك مجري الفلك مسخر الرياح فالك الإصباح ديان الدين رب العالمين. الحمد لله على حلمه بعد علمه والحمد لله على عفوه بعد قدرته والحمد لله على طول أناته في غضبه وهو قادر على ما يريد. الحمد لله خالق الخلق باسط الرزق فالك الإصباح ذي الجلال والإكرام والفضل والإنعام الذي بعد فلا يرى وقرب فشهد النجوى تبارك وتعالى. الحمد لله الذي ليس له منازع يعادل ولا شبيه يشاكل ولا ظهير يعاذد قهر بعزته العزاء وتواضع لعظمته العظمى فبلغ بقدرته ما يشاء. الحمد لله الذي يجيبني حين أنادي ويستر علي كل أورة وأنا عاصي ويعظم النعمة علي فلا أجازي فكم من موهبة هنية قد أعطاني، وعظيمة مخوفة قد كفاني، وبهجة مونقة قد عراني، فأثني عليه حامدا وأذكره مسبحا. الحمد لله الذي لا يحتك حجابه، ولا يخلق بابه، ولا يرد سائل، ولا يخيب عامل. الحمد لله الذي يؤمن الخائفين، وينجي الصالحين، ويرفع المستضعفين، ويضع المستكبرين، ويهلك ملوكا ويستخلف آخرين. والحمد لله قاسم الجبارين، مبير الظالمين، مدرك الهاربين، نكال الظالمين، صريخ المستصرخين، موضع حاجات الطالبين، معتمد المؤمنين. الحمد لله الذي من خشيتي ترعد السماء وسكانها، وترجف الأرض وأمارها، وتموج البحار ومن يسبح في غمراتها. الحمد لله الذي هدانا لهذا، وما كنا لنهتدي لولا أن هدانا الله. الحمد لله الذي يخلق ولم يخلق، ويرزق ولا يرزق، ويطعم ولا يطعم، ويميت الأحياء ويحيي الموتى، وهو حي لا يموت، بيده الخير، وهو على كل شيء قدير. اللهم صل على محمد عبدك ورسولك وأمينك وسفيك وحبيبك وخيرتك من خلقك، وحافظ سرك ومبلغ رسالاتك، أفضل وأحسن وأجمل وأكمل وأزكى وأنمى وأطيب وأطهر وأسنى، وأكثر ما صليت وباركت وترحمت وتحننت وسلمت على أحد من عبادك وأنبيائك ورسلك وصفوتك وأهل الكرامة عليك من خلقك. اللهم وصل على علي أمير المؤمنين ووسي رسول رب العالمين، عبدك ووليك وأخي رسولك، وحجتك على خلقك، وآيتك الكبرى والنبأ العظيم. وصل على الصديقة الطاهرة فاطمة الزهراء سيدة النساء العالمين. وصل على سبتي الرحمة وإمامي الهدى الحسن والحسين سيدي شباب أهل الجنة. وصل على أئمة المسلمين علي بن الحسين ومحمد بن علي وجعفر بن محمد وموسى بن جعفر وعلي بن موسى ومحمد بن علي وعلي بن محمد والحسن بن علي والخلف الهادي المهدي، هججك على عبادك وأمنائك في بلادك صلاة كثيرة دائمة. اللهم وصل على ولي أمرك القائم المؤمل والعدل المنتظر، وحفه بملائكتك المقربين، وأيده بروح القدس يا رب العالمين. اللهم اجعل الداعي إلى كتابك والقائم بدينك استخلفه في الأرض كما استخلفت الذين من قبل، مكن له دينه الذي ارتضيته له، أبدله من بعد خوفه أمنا يعبدك لا يشرك بك شيئا. اللهم أعزه وأعزز به، وانصره وانتصر به، وانصره نصرا عزيزا، وافتح له فتحا يسيرا، واجعل له من لدنك سلطانا نسيرا. اللهم أظهر به دينك وسنة نبيك حتى لا يستخفي بشيء من الحق مخافة أحد من الخلق. اللهم إنا نرغب إليك في دولة كريمة تؤز بها الإسلام وأهلا وتذل بها النفاق وأهلا، وتجعلنا فيها من الدعاة إلى طاعتك والقادة إلى سبيلك، وترزقنا بها كرامة الدنيا والآخرة. اللهم ما عرفتنا من الحق فحملنا، وما قصرنا عنه فبلغنا. اللهم المم به شعثنا، واشعب به صدعنا، وارتق به فتقنا، وكثر به قلتنا، وعزز به ذلتنا، وأغن به عائلنا، واقض به عن مغرمنا، واجبر به فقرنا، وسد به خلتنا، ويسر به عسرنا، وبيض به وجوهنا، وفك به أسرنا، وأنجح به طلبتنا، وأنجز به مواعيدنا، واستجب به دعوتنا، وأعتنا به سؤلنا، وبلغنا به من الدنيا والآخرة آمالنا، وأتنا به فوق رغبتنا. يا خير المسؤولين وأوسع المعطين، اشف به صدورنا، وأذهب به غيظ قلوبنا، واهدنا به لما اختلف فيه من الحق بإذنك، إنك تهدي من تشاء إلى صراط مستقيم. وانصرنا به على عدوك وعدونا إله الحق. آمين. اللهم إنا نشكو إليك فقد نبينا صلواتك عليه وآله، وغيبة ولينا، وغيبة إمامنا، وكثرة عدونا، وقلة عددنا، وشدة الفتن بنا، وتظاهر الزمان علينا. فصل على محمد وآله، وعنا على ذلك بفتح منك تعجل، وبذر تكشف، ونصر تعز، وسلطان حق تظهر، ورحمة منك تجللناها، وعافية منك تلبسناها، برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم برحمتك في الصالحين فأدخلنا، وفي عليين فارفعنا، وبكأس من معين من عين سلسبيل فاسقنا، ومن الحور العين برحمتك فزوجنا، ومن الولدان المخلدين كأنهم لؤلؤا مكنون فأخدمنا، ومن ثمار الجنة ولحوم الطير فأطعمنا، ومن ثياب السندس والحرير والاستبرق فألبسنا، وليلة القدر، وحج بيتك الحرام، وقتلا في سبيلك فوفق لنا، وصالح الدعاء والمسألة فاستجب لنا. وإذا جمعت الأولين والآخرين يوم القيامة فارحمنا، وبراءة من النار فاكتب لنا، وفي جهنم فلا تغلنا، وفي عذابك وهوانك فلا تبتلنا، ومن الزقوم والذريع فلا تطعمنا، ومع الشياطين فلا تجعلنا، وفي النار على وجوهنا فلا تكببنا، ومن ثياب النار وسرابيل القطران فلا تلبسنا، ومن كل سوء يا لا إله إلا أنت، بحق لا إله إلا أنت فنجنا. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم إني أسألك أن تجعل فيما تقضي وتقدر من الأمر المحتوم في الأمر الحكيم، من القضاء الذي لا يرد ولا يبدل، أن تكتبني من حجاج بيتك الحرام المبرور حجهم، المشكور سعيهم، المغفور ذنوبهم، المكفر عن سيئاتهم، وأن تجعل فيما تقضي وتقدر أن تطيل عمري في خير وعافية، وتوسع في رزقي، وتجعلني ممن تنتصر به لدينك، ولا تستبدل بي غيري. أعوذ بجلال وجهك الكريم أن ينقضي عني شهر رمضان، أو يطلع الفجر من ليلة هذه ولق قبلي تبعة أو ذنب تعذبني عليه. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا ذا الذي كان قبل كل شيء ثم خلق كل شيء ثم يبقى ويفنى كل شيء، يا ذا الذي ليس كمثله شيء، ويا ذا الذي ليس في السماوات العلا ولا في الأرضين السفلى ولا فوقهن ولا تحتهن ولا بينهن إله يعبد غيره، لك الحمد حمدا لا يقوى على إحسائها إلا أنت. فصل على محمد وآل محمد صلاة لا يقوى على إحسائها إلا أنت. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. إلهي وقف السائلون ببابك، ولا زال الفقراء بجنابك، ووقفت سفينة المساكين على ساحل بحر جودك وكرمك، يرجون الجواز إلى ساحة رحمتك ونعمتك. إلهي إن كنت لا تغفر في هذا الشهر الشريف إلا من أخلص لك في صيامه وقيامه، فمن للمذنب المقصر إذا غرق في بحر ذنوبه وآثامه. إلهي إن كنت لا ترحم إلا المطيعين، فمن للعاصين، وإن كنت لا تقبل إلا من العاملين، فمن للمقصرين. إلهي ربح الصائمون وفاز القائمون ونجى المخلصون، ونحن عبيدك المذنبون، فارحمنا برحمتك واعتقنا من النار بعفوك يا كريم يا أرحم الراحمين. وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطاهرين. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم إنك قلت في كتابك المنزل: شهر رمضان الذي أنزل فيه القرآن هدى للناس وبينات من الهدى والفرقان، فعظمت حرمة شهر رمضان بما أنزلت فيه من القرآن، وخصصته بليلة القدر وجعلتها خيرا من 1000 شهر. اللهم وهذه أيام شهر رمضان قد انقضت ولياليه قد تسرمت، وقد سرت يا إلهي منه إلى ما أنت أعلم به مني وأحصى لعدده من الخلق أجمعين، فأسألك بما سألك به ملائكتك المقربون وأنبياؤك المرسلون وعبادك الصالحون أن تصلي على محمد وآل محمد، وأن تفك رقبتي من النار وتدخلني الجنة برحمتك، وأن تتفضل علي بعفوك وكرمك، وتتقبل تقربي وتستجيب دعائي وتمن علي بالأمن يوم الخوف من كل هول أعددته ليوم القيامة. إلهي وأعوذ بوجهك الكريم وبجلالك العظيم أن ينقضي أيام شهر رمضان ولياليه ولك قبلي تبية أو ذنب تؤاخذني به أو خطيئة تريد أن تقتصها مني لم تغفرها لي. سيدي 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 أسألك يا لا إله إلا أنت إذ لا إله إلا أنت إن كنت رضيت عني في هذا الشهر فازدد عني رضا وإن لم تكن رضيت عني فمن الآن فرض عني يا أرحم الراحمين. يا الله يا أحد يا صمد يا من لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد. يا ملين الحديد لداود عليه السلام يا كاشف الضر والكرب العظام عن أيوب عليه السلام أي مفرج هم يعقوب عليه السلام أي منفس غم يوسف عليه السلام صل على محمد وآل محمد كما أنت أهل أن تصلي عليهم أجمعين وافعل بي ما أنت أهل ولا تفعل بي ما أنا أهل. يا ملين الحديد لداود عليه السلام يا كاشف الضر والكرب العظام عن أيوب عليه السلام أي مفرج هم يعقوب عليه السلام أي منفس غم يوسف عليه السلام صل على محمد وآل محمد كما أنت أهل أن تصلي عليهم أجمعين وافعل بي ما أنت أهل ولا تفعل بي ما أنا أهل. يا ملين الحديد لداود عليه السلام يا كاشف الضر والكرب العظام عن أيوب عليه السلام أي مفرج هم يعقوب عليه السلام أي منفس غم يوسف عليه السلام صل على محمد وآل محمد كما أنت أهل أن تصلي عليهم أجمعين وافعل بي ما أنت أهل ولا تفعل بي ما أنا أهل. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا جاعل الليل والنهار آيتين يا من محى آية الليل وجعل آية النهار مبصرا لتبتغوا فضلا منه ورضوانا يا مفصل كل شيء تفصيلا يا ماجد يا وهاب يا الله يا جواد يا الله يا الله يا الله لك الأسماء الحسنى والأمثال العليا والكبرياء والآلاء. أسألك أن تصلي على محمد وآل محمد وأن تجعل اسمي في هذه الليلة في السعداء وروحي مع الشهداء وإحساني في عليين وإساءتي مغفورة وأن تهب لي يقينا تباشر به قلبي وإيمانا يذهب الشك عني وترضيني بما قسمت لي وآتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار الحريق وارزقني فيها ذكرك وشكرك والرغبة إليك والإنابة والتوفيق لما وفقت له محمدا وآل محمد عليه وعليهم السلام. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
اللهم أدخل على أهل القبور السرور. اللهم أغن كل فقير. اللهم أشبع كل جائع. اللهم اكس كل عريان. اللهم اقضي دين كل مدين. اللهم فرج عن كل مكروب. اللهم رد كل غريب. اللهم فك كل أسير. اللهم أصلح كل فاسد من أمور المسلمين. اللهم اشف كل مريض. اللهم اشفي كل مريض. اللهم سد فقرنا بغناك. اللهم غير سوء حالنا بحسن حالك. اللهم اقض عنا الدين وأغننا من الفقر، إنك على كل شيء قدير. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. اللهم إني أسألك وأتوجه إليك بنبيك نبي الرحمة محمد صلى الله عليه وآله. يا أبا القاسم يا رسول الله، يا إمام الرحمة، يا سيدنا ومولانا، إنا توجهنا واستشفعنا وتوسلنا بك إلى الله، وقدمناك بين يدي حاجاتنا يا وجيها عند الله. اشفع لنا عند الله يا أبا الحسن، يا أمير المؤمنين، يا علي بن أبي طالب، يا حجة الله على خلقه، يا سيدنا ومولانا. إنا توجهنا واستشفعنا وتوسلنا بك إلى الله، وقدمناك بين يدي حاجاتنا يا وجيها عند الله. اشفع لنا عند الله يا فاطمة الزهراء، يا بنت محمد، يا قرة عين الرسول، يا سيدتنا ومولاتنا. إنا توجهنا واستشفعنا وتوسلنا بك إلى الله، وقدمناك بين يدي حاجاتنا يا وجيهة عند الله. اشفعي لنا عند الله يا أبا محمد، يا حسن بن علي، أيها المجتبى يا ابن رسول الله، يا حجة الله على خلقه، يا سيدنا ومولانا. إنا توجهنا واستشفعنا وتوسلنا بك إلى الله، وقدمناك بين يدي حاجاتنا يا وجيها عند الله اشفع لنا عند الله. يا أبا عبد الله يا حسين بن علي أيها الشهيد يا ابن رسول الله يا حجة الله على خلقه يا سيدنا ومولانا إنا توجهنا واستشفعنا وتوسلنا بك إلى الله وقدمناك بين يدي حاجاتنا يا وجيها عند الله اشفع لنا عند الله. يا أبا الحسن يا علي بن الحسين يا زين العابدين يا ابن رسول الله يا حجة الله على خلقه يا سيدنا ومولانا إنا توجهنا واستشفعنا وتوسلنا بك إلى الله وقدمناك بين يدي حاجاتنا يا وجيها عند الله اشفع لنا عند الله. يا أبا جعفر يا محمد بن علي أيها الباقر يا ابن رسول الله يا حجة الله على خلقه يا سيدنا ومولانا إنا توجهنا واستشفعنا وتوسلنا بك إلى الله وقدمناك بين يدي حاجاتنا يا وجيها عند الله اشفع لنا عند الله. يا أبا عبد الله يا جعفر بن محمد أيها الصادق يا ابن رسول الله يا حجة الله على خلقه يا سيدنا ومولانا إنا توجهنا واستشفعنا وتوسلنا بك إلى الله وقدمناك بين يدي حاجاتنا يا وجيها عند الله اشفع لنا عند الله. يا أبا الحسن يا موسى بن جعفر أيها الكاظم يا ابن رسول الله يا حجة الله على خلقه يا سيدنا ومولانا إنا توجهنا واستشفعنا وتوسلنا بك إلى الله وقدمناك بين يدي حاجاتنا يا وجيها عند الله اشفع لنا عند الله. يا أبا الحسن يا علي بن موسى أيها الرضا يا ابن رسول الله يا حجة الله على خلقه يا سيدنا ومولانا إنا توجهنا واستشفعنا وتوسلنا بك إلى الله وقدمناك بين يدي حاجاتنا يا وجيها عند الله اشفع لنا عند الله. يا أبا جعفر يا محمد بن علي أيها التقي الجواد يا ابن رسول الله، يا حجة الله على خلقه، يا سيدنا ومولانا، إنا توجهنا واستشفعنا وتوسلنا بك إلى الله، وقدمناك بين يدي حاجاتنا يا وجيها عند الله، اشفع لنا عند الله. يا أبا الحسن يا علي بن محمد، أيها الهادي النقي بن رسول الله، يا حجة الله على خلقه، يا سيدنا ومولانا، إنا توجهنا واستشفعنا وتوسلنا بك إلى الله، وقدمناك بين يدي حاجاتنا يا وجيها عند الله، اشفع لنا عند الله. يا أبا محمد يا حسن بن علي، أيها الزكي العسكري يا ابن رسول الله، يا حجة الله على خلقه، يا سيدنا ومولانا، إنا توجهنا واستشفعنا وتوسلنا بك إلى الله، وقدمناك بين يدي حاجاتنا يا وجيها عند الله، اشفع لنا عند الله. يا وصي الحسن والخلف الحجة، أيها القائم المنتظر المهدي يا ابن رسول الله، يا حجة الله على خلقه، يا سيدنا ومولانا، إنا توجهنا واستشفعنا وتوسلنا بك إلى الله، وقدمناك بين يدي حاجاتنا يا وجيها عند الله، اشفع لنا عند الله. حاجات يا سادتي وموالي، إني توجهت بكم أئمتي وعدتي ليوم فقري وحاجتي إلى الله، وتوسلت بكم إلى الله واستشفعت بكم إلى الله، فاشفعوا لي عند الله واستنقذوني من ذنوبي عند الله، فإنكم وسيلتي إلى الله، وبحبكم وبقربكم أرجو نجاة من الله، فكونوا عند الله رجائي. يا سادتي يا أولياء الله، صلى الله عليهم أجمعين، ولعن الله أعداء الله ظالميهم من الأولين والآخرين، آمين رب العالمين.
أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان اللعين الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد والثناء لله رب العالمين بارئ الخلائق أجمعين باعث الأنبياء والمرسلين ثم الصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنام حبيب قلوبنا وطبيب نفوسنا أبي القاسم المصطفى محمد اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد وعلى آل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين المنتجبين الهداة المهديين ولا سيما على بقية الله في العالمين. Dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. This is episode 2 from the series of the concept of dua. And inshallah, in this episode, we will be discussing the concept of dua from a Quranic and narrational perspective. Previously in episode 1, we discussed that there are 4 types of lifestyles, and we said that our lifestyle is a lifestyle that we take things from the religion and we act upon religious teachings. And therefore, this is why the Muslims have been doing dua for many years, throughout centuries. And we also mentioned that there are certain problems that exist in the mind of many people, and that is regarding dua. Why are my du'as not answered? Or human experience in general suggests that many of the du'as are not answered. This was mentioned in the previous episode, and we said that inshallah we will be dividing the discussion into 2. So the first set of information that I'm going to provide you is to discuss the mindset that we have regarding du'as and why we do du'a. So the mindset that we have perhaps determines our feelings regarding du'a and towards du'a, and why are we motivated or not, and so on and so forth. And the second part, inshallah, which is going to be episode 4, I believe, I will be discussing the language of du'a and how do we speak to Allah and how do we do du'a, inshallah ta'ala. So, starting with the Quranic perspective and the narrational perspective. What does the Quran say about du'a? Does the Quran say that there is unconditional so does God say that based on no condition, if you do du'a, He's going to respond to it? Is there this unconditional concept of du'as being answered in the Quran or not? The first concept I want to discuss from the Quran, which relates to our understanding of God, because this plays a big role in the concept of du'a. When we look at the Quran, we have a verse that says everything on earth prays to God, and prays in the form of a request. So it's requesting something from God. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم يسأله من في السماوات والأرض كل يوم هو في شأن. Everything that is in the heavens and earth is doing mas'ala, is asking God for something. This asking, we understand that if it's talking about humans, we know that many of the humans are not asking from God. If it's talking about the other than humans, then what does it even mean for them to ask from God? So this takes us to the understanding that perhaps this verse is talking about a request which is out of need, not out of the tongue. So a su'al which is due to the need that they have. يَسْأَلُهُ مَنْ فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضِ. This is involuntary. You don't decide to do it. It's like you're begging for it and you're in need of it. And that's the need of existence. Because every single thing that is in this universe is in need of God for existence. If it wasn't for God, then nothing would have existed. So everything is asking for existence, is asking for this faith of Allah, which is believed that this faith of Allah is given to us every single moment in our life, and we're in need of it. So everything in this world is in need. And when it comes to other than humans, because they do not have free will, this need of them turns into request, right? A request from God. Oh God, give us. So they are requesting from God. But when it comes to humans, because we have free will, so we get to choose whether to request or not. But when it comes to existence, whether we want it or not, we're in need of God for existence, right? This is like the need that, let's say, fire has, the need that, so the need that heat has to its cause, which is fire. Heat is in need of fire in order for it to exist, right? And when there is fire and then there is heat, you cannot say that this heat, for its existence, does not need the fire. So I know these examples are not good, because from one aspect they get us closer, and then from a few aspects they might even be muba'id, as they say. They might get us further from this, what we want to explain. But having said this, we say that this verse is trying to say that everything is in need of God and they are requesting. Now, human beings are basically doing it, not being conscious of the fact that they are doing it, but the other beings are actually conscious, apparently, of the fact that they are in need of God and they are asking of God. يُسَبِّحُ لِلَّهِ مَا فِي السَّمَاوَاتِ وَمَا فِي الْأَرْضِ. Everything in the heavens and earth, based on this translation of the verse, is doing tasbih of God, right? وَلَكِنْ لَا تَفْقَهُونَ تَسْبِيحَهُمْ. But when it comes to humans, apparently it needs to change into a conscious form of dua. This need exists, but because human beings have free will, they need to be able to switch this subconscious level of asking from God to a conscious level of requesting and asking from God. Because initially we did say in episode 1 that the reason why people do dua is that they do understand that they have a need. There is a lack. Now this lack needs to be, so this request needs to be done consciously of the fact that we are in need of Allah. So this is one concept. And the concept we understood from this verse is that everything is in tasbih of God and is asking, requesting from God. For human beings, it needs to change from a subconscious level to a conscious level of doing, requesting from God because of the need. We go to another verse, we see that there is this, we see that there is this concept that the Quran says God is near, and humans are basically in a situation, in a state that God is close to them. We see that one of the verses discuss وَإِذَا سَأَلَكَ عِبَادِي عَنِّي فَإِنِّي قَرِيبٌ. And when my servants ask you of me, I am close. Okay? God describes himself as being near. And this closeness could perhaps be explained again with with understanding that examples are not always the best things to get us closer to the concept, but we might be able to use the example of fire and say fire and heat. This is how close God is to his beings as fire is to the heat when it exists. The fire is the cause of heat, and both are there. And this is why perhaps one of the verses says, وَلَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ وَنَعْلَمُ مَا تُوَسْوِسُ بِهِ نَفْسُهُ. We created insan when we know what the waswasa, what the whispers are for him. وَنَحْنُ أَقْرَبُ إِلَيْهِ مِنْ حَبْلِ الْوَرِيدِ. And we are closer to him from the vein in his neck. So God is even closer. So we do understand this concept from the Quran as well. So if God is closer to us than, anything else. And if God is the one that everything in this world is requesting from him, then where is this problem? Where is the problem of our du'as not being answered? Is there anything in the Quran that tells us that our du'as are answered whenever we do du'a? Because if there isn't, then this expectation should just be, gone. And we say, okay, don't have these expectations because no one said that if you do du'a, it's going to be answered. Like, for example, some people bring these verses and they say, وَأَنْ لَيْسَ لِلْإِنسَانِ إِلَّا مَا سَعَى. For a human being, there is nothing other than what they do themselves, what the sa'i that they do, the effort that they put in something. So if you do not put effort, nothing is going to come to you. Therefore, why are you doing du'a to God? Some people, if they want to discuss it this way. And then, or for example, some say, إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَا يُغَيِّرُ مَا بِقَوْمٍ حَتَّى يُغَيِّرُ مَا بِأَنفُسِهِمْ. Indeed, God does not change anything in a nation other than what they change within themselves. So if it's that, then okay, let's just cancel du'a and just go about with our lives like there is no concept of du'a. Is this the case, or the Quran actually discusses the concept of du'a? When we look at the Quran, we see it does discuss the concept of du'a. And there is a verse that says God answers and God gives if you do ask him. So how do we understand that verse then? And where is the problem? Because we think we are doing the du'a. God is the one who's the closest and he would hear it, so there's no issue with him hearing. So where is the problem? Let's look at the verses that discuss the concept of du'a. You see, the same way you have this question, then what's the problem here? We have a narration from Imam Ali alayhi salam to have said and to have answered this in a very nice way, to say, look, I know this question exists in your mind, but remember, God is greater than having asked you to do du'a and to ask something from him and then not put the istijaba there, right? It's like saying, God said, ask me, but then I'm not going to give you. So what's the whole point? He says, God is greater than this, so we shouldn't think of him this way. Narration says, مَا كَانَ اللَّهُ لِيَفْتَحَ بَابَ الدُّعَاء وَيَغْلِقَ عَلَيْهِ بَابَ الْإِسْتِجَابَةِ وَيُغْلِقَ عَلَيْهِ بَابَ الْإِسْتِجَابَةِ. God is not the one who would open the door of du'a, but then close the door of istijaba, of answering. Let's look at the verse then. Where does God say he's going to answer to the du'as? أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. The continuation of that verse. وَإِذَا سَأَلَكَ عِبَادِي عَنِّي فَإِنِّي قَرِيبٌ. And when my servants ask you of me, I am close. أُجِيبُ دَعْوَةَ الدَّاعِ إِذَا دَعَانِ. I answer to the request of the person who does du'a to me. I answer it. Now this verse is very general. Like, it doesn't put any conditions. It doesn't say, I will answer to the request of the one who does du'a if, for example, he calls upon me 1,000 times. Not less than that. So how are we supposed to reconcile this with human experience, with what we have experienced in our life? Okay. This verse has two conditions in it. If we look deeper, there's two conditions. It says, أُجِيبُ دَعْوَةَ الدَّاعِ. I will respond to the request of the one who does du'a. إِذَا دَعَانِ. When they do du'a to me. Okay, two things here we should focus on. The first one is when they do du'a. If there is a case where there is a du'a and the du'a is to God himself, these two put together, God says there is a guaranteed response. How is one meant to do du'a then? Du'a, the scholars have said it needs to be real du'a. Your tongue should be in line with what is inside your heart. And what is inside your heart is usually in line with your fitrah, with your innate self. with your nature. Your tongue should be in line with what is inside your heart. What does this mean? It means you should truly know what you want. This is the first condition. It's very interesting. There's a story by St. Augustine in which he says, one night I was doing a lot of dua to God. God give me this, God that, and talking to God so much and loudly. And he said, suddenly I heard something. And that voice said to me, St. Augustine, in order for us to hear what you're saying, you don't need to shout. Okay? You don't need to be so loud and say so much in order for us to hear what you're saying. However, in order for you to hear what we are saying, you need to be quiet. You need to be silent in order for you to be able to hear what we are saying to you. Okay? What is this telling us? It's a very interesting story, because if we sit down and truly think what our real dua is, what we really want, sometimes if it's discovered, if we think a bit more about what we are asking, we know that no, that's not what we really want, right? And when would we be able to reach that? That is when we can sit down and truly think what our real request is. Our tongue should be in line with our heart. Sometimes our tongue says something, but our heart is not asking for that. And it is important for us to be able to, if we want to reach that level, to be able to consider this, to be able to sit down and think and truly experience this silence, that we would be able to hear the voice of our heart, and through that hear the voice of God as well. You see, sometimes we see in the majalis, people say, for example, recite a louder salawat, as if God cannot hear our very normal salawat, right? Or for example, they say it louder, Ya Allah, shout so that God actually answers. God doesn't need you to shout in order for him to hear what your request is. God needs you to be silent for you to be able to hear what your request is and what you really want. Because if you don't know what you truly want, then dua is not going to happen. And if dua does not happen, then one of the conditions of istijabah, of the guaranteed istijabah, is not going to be met. So in order to hear what our true request is, we need to be silent. We need to be able to dive deep down within our heart to know what we really want. And this is why it is perhaps very much encouraged to us to ponder, to think, and also we have been given certain descriptions. And even the Prophet, who's perhaps we can say, some claim that he's the most mindful person. The Quran says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم يا أيها المزمل قم الليل إلا قليلا نصفه أو انقص منه قليلا. Says to the Prophet, get up at night. Why not in the morning? Why not during the day? Why should I get up at night? أو انقص منه قليلا أو زد عليه ورتل القرآن ترتيلا إنا سنلقي عليك قولا ثقيلا. We are sending down upon you something very heavy, a weighty word. إن ناشئة الليل هي أشد وطئا وأقوى مقيلا. Praying at night is sharper because everything is still. You can truly think, you can truly ponder, you can truly dive within yourself, and then you would be able to find what you really want, what your real request is, right? Perhaps, and you can see that in other religions, apparently, in other traditions, this staying awake at night is very much emphasized. And There's been some research done on this as well. I remember seeing staying up at night or getting up at night in other religions and traditions, which is interesting to see. But that's not our topic. So I'm just going to go back to the topic. So the first condition was that you need to find out what you really want, what your dua really is. And there is a huge difference between praying to God and reciting prayers, because sometimes or often we just recite prayers. Oh Allah, give me this. Oh Allah, give me. Oh Allah, protect him. Allah, protect that person. Allah, protect. We just say it. It's just the tongue, but the heart is not in line with the tongue. And if the heart is not in line with the tongue, based on what the scholars have said, this is not a dua, right? This is just what your tongue is. It's metaphorical, some say. It's majaz, it's not haqiqah. It's just metaphor, because you don't even mean what you're saying. Or you're using these words, but in the meanings that they're not true. Your heart is saying something, but your tongue is saying something different. So this is number one. And in Farsi, there's a very interesting saying. It says, Ab kamju tishnegi avar be dast. It says, stop seeking water, or reduce the amount of seeking water that you're doing, but seek thirst first. Because when you seek thirst, then you will know what you want, and that is water. If you ask for water, but you're not thirsty, that's not what you really want. It says, Ab kamju tishnegi avar be dast. Seek water less and try to seek thirst more. So this is the first condition of the dua, which is guaranteed to be responded. What's the second condition? The second condition is إِذَا دَعَانِي, that part. If he requests me. And when God is saying this, that means this request needs to be truly towards me. Right? This is perhaps in the first sight, it might sound like, okay, well, who else are we doing dua towards? But this is very important. We have so many narrations backing this up, that if someone is truly detached from the means in this world and truly towards God, there is guarantee of istijabah. But istijabah is conditioned. It's never been the case that, yeah, just come to God and God is just going to give you. You see, at least I have to say this, that the guaranteed istijabah is the one that has these two conditions. Now, if it doesn't have these two, then it becomes like the normal one. Sometimes God gives, sometimes God doesn't give based on certain circumstances. And then, there might be so many factors here. So there's no guarantee of it, and you shouldn't be expecting if you don't have these two conditions with it. So condition number one, dua, and condition number two, to God, and this detachment from everything and going towards God. And how do we do this? So how do we do dua only towards God? One of the places where we can experience this perhaps is where this other verse in the Quran discusses it. It talks about the mudtar. It says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم أمن يجيب المضطر إذا دعاه ويكشف السوء. In this verse it says, or he. So the previous verse talks about something, and then it says, is that person the one who is good, and whatever the verse says, and then it says, or man يجيب المضطر إذا دعاه ويكشف السوء, or the one who responds and answers to the one who's desperate ويكشف السوء, and takes away all the evil for that person. إذا دعاه, when he does dua towards him. So the da'ah still exists here, the two conditions, but also has this one extra kind of gives more context to it, which is, it says to the one who's mudtar, the one who is desperate. The one who's desperate is the one who would truly know what he wants, right? The one who is desperate would truly know what he wants, number one, because in that state, it's in line with the heart. You know exactly, you're desperate. And the one who's desperate can if they are a believer, and if they are obviously, because if they're not a believer, it's hard to argue that this person who's desperate is looking towards God when they are praying. But if you're a believer, in the state of being desperate, you might have experienced this complete detachment from everything in this world, and you're going only towards God and saying, God, no one other than you can actually save me from this. This is the second condition, complete detachment from everything. So when it says da'ani, it means me and only me, not me and also Hassan, Hussein, Fatima, John, David, and everyone else. If you have hope in other people independently serving you, independently benefiting you, then this is not da'ani, right? This is da'a, the other person, and a little bit of God inside it. Because if you do have faith in God, the difference between faith in God and faith in other people is that faith in God is exclusive. You can't be asking God and other people, because every other thing in this universe is under the control of God. If there is any good that is happening to you, is from God. If there is anything in this world happening, it is through God. So if you put this lens on that everything in this universe is from God, then you would be able to look at God and ask from God in a way that you do not see anything independent of Him. A complete detachment. Now, this complete detachment, which is condition number 2, we said is sometimes met in the case of desperation. We have experienced it. أَمَّنْ يُجِيبُ الْمُضْطَرَّ إِذَا دَعَاهُ وَيَكْشِفُ السُّوءَ. But the muḍtar is the one who knows what dua that he's doing, and also knows that he's doing it only towards God, because he's truly desperate. Now, it might not be the case for some people, but this is, if someone has experienced this and they have looked towards God, this is perhaps one of those cases where people would say this is the minority, the very little, the small number of times that I've actually experienced istijabah, that my du'as were answered. Those people who even say, like, the vast majority of my du'as have not been answered, when it comes to this particular one, right, in a case of being desperate, they'll say, yeah, I do remember a case where I was desperate and I had no hope in anyone else, and I truly did du'a because I needed that. I did see things changed in this world, right? Many people, well, like, I have to say this as well as a disclaimer, that some people might come and say, no, I have not experienced that. So for that, we might have to, after lecture 4, we would have a Q&A, and then over there maybe we would be able to answer that as well, and perhaps look more into detail. I'm just looking at the Quran and trying to understand what the Quran might be saying regarding du'as being answered, and is it unconditional or there are conditions. Right now, as of now, we understood 2 conditions from these verses, and the second condition, which we discussed, is complete detachment towards Allah. And Ayatollah Mutahhari, Shaykh Mutahhari, explained this very beautifully. And he says the reality of dua. The reality. So why do we do dua then? Why? He said the reality of dua is al-inqita', detachment. Reality of dua is not that we receive. That's not the reality of dua. You don't ask in order to receive necessarily. The reality of dua is in order to reach detachment. It's like a ladder. You do dua so that you do dua so much. You ask God in order to reach the level that you can become completely detachment from everything around you and make it truly directed at God. He says dua is detachment. Some experience this detachment involuntarily, right? They experience it unwillingly in the case of desperation, right? Where their dua would actually be in a form of a detachment, and it would the dua would literally detach themselves from the universe and everyone and direct them towards the Lord. He says some do it unwillingly, but some people decide to make it willingly. So before they get in a state of desperation, they themselves, through the ma'rifah of God, through knowing God, and they reach this state that they would see nothing but God. and they would ask from no one but God. And if they reach that, then dua towards God equals istijabah. And perhaps after explaining all of these things, we might be able to understand some of those, stories that we might have in our traditions. Let's say this person, this alim was mustajabud da'wah, was his du'as would all come true and would be responded. Why might have that been the case? Because maybe this person had met the conditions. So through doing dua, we don't do dua to get an answer necessarily. We do dua to go up this ladder, which is the most important thing in our life, is to be able to see the world through a ilahi, through a godly lens, and everything is under his control. And through these du'as, we're trying to reach. And then, inshallah, in lecture 4, I will be explaining to you how the imams have been doing du'a. And they've been teaching us. And in the du'as, the imams rarely you would find that would just start from the beginning and just say, Allahumma give me this, Allahumma give me that. It goes through a whole process of taking us from ourselves in this egoistic perspective, and from looking at ourselves towards detaching ourselves and looking at the whole universe, and then seeing everything through a godly lens, and then perhaps at the end requesting, which that request, if it meets the two conditions, which is real dua and directed towards God, then istijabah is right there. These two are just together. Some of the scholars have said very interestingly, they said this: the one who does dua, it's very interesting. It says the one who does dua towards God is going through this process of detachment, because dua literally means I'm asking someone else which is greater than me. And this detachment, when it reaches its destination, and if it reaches, then there will be no distance between the da'i and the mad'u. Da'i is the one who calls, the mad'u is the one who's called upon. Because وَإِذَا سَأَلَكَ عِبَادِي عَنِّي فَإِنِّي قَرِيبٌ. I am close, it is you that are far. You're not close, you're not conscious, you have not changed the reality which is need within you, the faqr within you. You've not changed that the subconscious fact which exists in all of us, but we're not aware of it. You haven't changed it to a conscious one. You're not conscious enough of your faqr, that you do not have anything in this world other than by the grace of God. Your existence is by the grace of God. So if you have changed that, then you've really reached that understanding, then there is no distance between the da'i and the mad'u, and the one who's called upon. Right? And this is by some of the scholars who've said this. And how do we reach this detachment? Some people might ask. I believe I don't have enough time. I think I've gone over time now. So let me leave you and leave this second episode with this. That in second episode, we looked at certain concepts initially from the Quran. We looked at the fact that everything in this world is asking Allah, so it demonstrates a form of need within everything, regardless of whether human or any other creation. Everything has a need. And then we said that based on that need, we said also God is also qarib, close to us. So this is the second concept we discussed from the Quran. And we said, so where is the problem? We have the need, God is close. What's the issue here? And then we said, well, the Quran doesn't have unconditional istijabah for our du'as. The Quran gives two conditions for the istijabah, and those two conditions we mentioned. Condition number 1, du'a needs to be a du'a. Condition number 2, that it needs to be directed towards God. And then now, inshallah, hopefully in episode number 3, we're going to discuss how we're supposed to reach this complete detachment, and hopefully move on from there. Inshallah, at the end of this now, I am going to recite a few minutes of Rosa, inshallah, and we gift it to Imam Ali ibn Abi Talib because of his anniversary, because of the anniversary of his martyrdom. We give the thawab, inshallah, we gift it to Imam Ali عليه السلام. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد. السلام عليكم يا أهل بيت النبوة وموضع الرسالة ومختلف الملائكة ومهبط الوحي ومعدن الرحمة وخزان العلم ومنتهى الحلم. May Allah's peace and blessings be upon you. يا أهل بيت النبوة. May Allah's peace and blessings be upon you. It was in your homes that Allah blessed us with guidance. It was through you that Allah guided us towards the right path. It was through you that Allah sent His blessings to us. Assalamu alayka ya Amir al-Mu'mineen. Assalamu alayka ya Ali ibn Abi Talib. On the night of 19th, it is narrated when the Imam was struck by the sword of the Mal'un ibn al-Muljam. It's narrated that the Imam did not whine. It's narrated that the Imam was calm. He didn't show any signs of pain. It's narrated that the only thing that he said at that difficult time and moment was Bismillahi wa billah wa fi sabilillah. Brothers and sisters, this shows the level of Iman. This shows the greatness of this man. He said, Bismillahi wa billah wa fi sabilillah. Fuztu wa rabbil Ka'bah. Imam Hassan arrived and held Imam Ali's head while there was blood dripping from it. he would look at the head of the Imam and cry heavily. Imam Ali, it is said, that opened his eyes and said, "Oh my Hassan, you're crying, don't cry. If you knew whose presence I am in, you wouldn't cry. I'm in the presence of a group that are giving me their salams. They're welcoming me. The Prophet is sitting beside me. Do not cry, oh my son." When they took the Imam to his house, everyone found out. It is said that many of them heard this phrase, "تهدمت والله أركان الهدى قتل علي المرتضى." Indeed, the pillars of guidance have been destroyed by the act of the Mal'oon ibn al-Muljam. ألا لعنة الله على القوم الظالمين وسيعلم الذين ظلموا أي منقلب ينقلبون.
أمن يجيب المضطر إذا دعاه ويكشف سوء 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 أمن يجيب المضطر إذا دعاه ويكشف سوء. اللهم كل وليك الحجة بن الحسن صلواتك عليه وعلى آبائه في هذه الساعة وفي كل ساعة وليا وحافظا وقائدا وناصرا ودليلا وعينا حتى تسكنه أرضك توعا وتمتئه فيها طويلا برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. السلام عليك يا رسول الله، السلام عليك يا فاطمة الزهراء سيدتي نساء العالمين، السلام عليك يا حسن المجتبى، السلام عليك يا أئمة البقيع ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليك يا أمير المؤمنين علي بن أبي طالب، السلام على الحسين وعلى علي بن الحسين وعلى أولاد الحسين وعلى أصحاب الحسين. السلام عليك يا أبا الفضل العباس وأختك زينب وبنتك سكينة. السلام عليك يا شهداء كربلاء ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليك يا موسى بن جعفر. السلام عليك يا محمد بن علي. السلام عليك يا علي بن محمد. السلام عليك يا حسن بن علي ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليك يا مولاي وابن مولى. السلام عليك يا غريب الغربة السلطان أبا الحسن مولانا علي بن موسى الرضا. السلام عليك يا أختك فاطمة المعصومة ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليك يا صاحب الزمان. السلام عليك يا شريك القرآن. السلام عليك يا إمامنا وإمام الإنس والجان. عجل الله تعالى فرجك وسهل الله تعالى مخرجك. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
يا شهر الخير عساك بخير، في هذا العام نشوفك غير. اختلت لدروب تحل قلوب، لهالأنوار بحنين الذوب. تحن لها المجالس لمة الأحباب، ولنفاس التلاوة في حضن الكتاب. وعنا اليوم يا حسرة مغلق الأبواب، مجالس خالية وتناشد الغياب. وبالقرآن هي تزداد. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. شهر الصيام في هذا العام، لفعلنا بدمع الأيام. مساجدنا ومآتمنا وسط حسرة اختلت منا. نساي الليلة النص بسؤال الحال، عن البهجة التزفها بفرحة الأطفال. غصب هذه السنة تتغير الأحوال، وندعي ربنا يرجعها بالآمال. بالإحسان يا سبحان. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. يا حيدر يا أبو الحسنين، يا طالع حصن خيبر، يا فارس بدر وحنين. صدق بالغدر تتطبع، شباب دمه يتخضب. لاجله بالحزن ننحب، يا فجع وجعت قلب زينب يا علي وياها نصيح علي بمحرابه يطبع والموكب عسى الطم صدور حنينا كانت هالشوارع هاي نمليها مراثينا يا الله يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله من الأحياء نعيش أجواء من الدعوات بقت لصدى وله عشنا البيوت الله ليالي النور يا الله مضايف ليلة القدر الكرم والجود عظيمة النعم من رحمة المعبود وإذا ما إحنا قدرنا الذي موجود على هذا الشهر ما نضمن إن نعود بالغفران يا ذا الشان يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله يا شهر الخير عساك بخير في هذا العام نشوفك غير اختلت لدروب تحل قلوب لهالأنوار بحنين الذوب تحن لها المجالس لمة الأحباب ولنفاس التلاوة في حضن الكتاب وعنا اليوم يا حسرة مغلق الأبواب مجالس خالية وتناشد الغياب وبالقرآن هي تزداد يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله شهر الصيام في هذا العام لفعلنا بدمع الأيام مساجدنا ومآتمنا وسط حسرة اختلت منا نساي الليلة النص بسؤال الحال عن البهجة التزفها بفرحة الأطفال، غصب هذه السنة تتغير الأحوال، وندعي ربنا يرجعها بالآمال بالإحسان يا سبحان. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. يا حيدر يا أبو الحسنين، يا طالع حصن خيبر، يا فارس بدر وحنين، صدق بالغدر تتطبع، شباب دمه يتخضب، لاجله بالحزن ننحب، يا فجعة قلب زينب، يا علي وياها نصيح، علي بمحرابه يطبع، والموكب عسى نلطم صدور حنينا، كانت هالشوارع هاي نمليها مراثينا. يا الله يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. من الأحياء نعيش أجواء، من الدعوات بقت له صدى، وله عشنا البيوت الله بليالي النور يا الله. مضايف ليلة القدر الكرم والجود، عظيمة النعم من رحمة المعبود، وإذا ما إحنا قدرنا الذي موجود، على هذا الشهر ما نضمن إن نعود بالغفران يا ذا الشان. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. يا شهر الخير عساك بخير، في هذا العام نشوفك غير، اختلت لدروب تحل قلوب، لهالأنوار بحنين نذوب، تحن لها المجالس لمة الأحباب، ولنفاس التلاوة في حضن الكتاب. وعنا اليوم يا حسرة مغلق الأبواب، مجالس خالية وتناشد الغياب، وبالقرآن هي تزداد. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. شهر الصيام في هذا العام، لفعلنا بدمع الأيام. مساجدنا ومآتمنا وسط حسرة اختلت منا، نساي الليلة تنص بسؤال الحال، عن البهجة التزفها بفرحة الأطفال. غصب هذه السنة تتغير الأحوال، وندعي ربنا يرجعها بالآمال، بالإحسان يا سبحان. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. يا حيدر يا أبو الحسنين، يا طالع حصن خيبر، يا فارس بدر وحنين، صدق بالغدر تتطبر، شباب دمه يتخضب، لاجله بالحزن ننحب. يا فجعة قلب زينب، يا علي وياها نصيح، علي بمحرابه يطبع، والموكب عسى نلطم صدور حنينا، كانت هالشوارع هاي نمليها مراثينا. يا الله يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. من الأحياء نعيش أجواء، من الدعوات بقت لصدى، وله عشنا البيوت الله، ليالي النور يا الله. مضايف ليلة القدر الكرم والجود، عظيمة النعم من رحمة المعبود، وإذا ما إحنا قدرنا الذي موجود على هذا الشهر ما نضمن إن نعود بالغفران يا ذا الشان. يا شهر الخير عساك بخير، في هذا العام نشوفك غير، اختلت لدروب تحل قلوب لهالأنوار بحنين نذوب، تحن لها المجالس لمة الأحباب، ولنفاس التلاوة في حضن الكتاب، وعنا اليوم يا حسرة مغلق الأبواب، مجالس خالية وتناشد الغياب، وبالقرآن هي تزداد. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله، شهر الصيام في هذا العام، لفعلنا بدمع الأيام، مساجدنا ومآتمنا وسط حسرة اختلت منا، نساي الليلة النص بسؤال الحال، عن البهجة التزفها بفرحة الأطفال، غصب هذه السنة تتغير الأحوال، وندعي ربنا يرجعها بالآمال، بالإحسان يا سبحان. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله، يا حيدر يا أبو الحسنين، يا طالع حصن خيبر، يا فارس بدر وحنين، صدق بالغيب كل هم وغم سينجلي بولايتك يا علي يا علي، كل هم وغم سينجلي بولايتك يا علي يا علي يا علي.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bayo Nebeno, Salam Alaikum. Welcome to the second and sadly last of our debates for this Ramadan. The motion before this house, or Ghar, that's house in Gujarati for the young people, is this house believes the global KSI community should still teach our children to speak Gujarati or Kutchi. So that's not Arabic, the language of the Quran, not French, the language of love and French people, nor even English, the language of Donald Trump. No, please, that man cannot speak English. It's Gujarati or Kutchi, the languages of our heritage, of our forefathers. The focus of the motion today is on teaching our children to speak Gujarati or Kutchi, not writing Gujarati or Kutchi. So I just want to make that clarification on the motion at the outset. Once again, the winners of the debate will be judged on the swing, i.e., which team has persuaded more people to change their minds. With this in mind, I encourage you all to vote on the motion now. This is your opinion on the motion before the debate has started. Voting is already open. It's open on Slido, and I encourage you to vote. You may vote for the motion, against the motion, or you can put in an undecided vote for now. At the end of the debate, you will have to vote either for or against the motion. There is no undecided category. There is one caveat which I should mention, which is that if you vote at the beginning of the debate, you must stay until the end and vote at the conclusion. No part-timers, please. On the flip side, if you have not voted at the beginning, then you do not have the privilege of voting at the end. You're in at the beginning and at the end, or you're not in at all. That keeps it fair. Of course, this is something we can't enforce. It's binding in honor. But we have Amar in IT, and he's going to be watching you. He's got his ways. You can also submit your questions on Slido. So these are the questions, just like we did last time, questions to the teams, and we will be putting the questions to the teams later. When you submit your question, please do let us know whom your question is addressed to. So, on to our teams. Our teams for the motion, we have Shakir Ali Bhai and Ali Kanani. Against the motion, we have the younger members of our community, Muhammad Vakil and Hassan Mithani. Now, for those of you who were not present at the last debate, the order of play. The order of play is as follows. We will begin by each team having openings. So the openings will be as follows. First of all, there will be the first proposer of the motion. He will be followed by the first opposer of the motion, who will then be followed by the second proposer of the motion, who will then be followed by the second opposer of the motion. Each debater will have 3 minutes in which to speak. I hope that the debaters will to keep time. We'll give them a little bit of leeway. If they're not interesting, then I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut their time. That will be followed by a Q&A session, which will last approximately 15 minutes. But again, we're going to play it by ear. It'll depend on how many questions we get, what sort of questions we get, how we're doing for time anyway. We will then put your questions to our speakers. In the last debate, we had lots of questions. We weren't able to put all 100 or so questions that you had asked, but we did try and put as many as possible. So do keep your questions coming in. That shows us that the debate is lively. It shows us that you're interested in the motion, you're interested in what the debaters are saying. So it's a great indicator for us. So do bring in your questions. Slido is open now. You can ask your questions now. It'll remain open throughout, so you can ask your questions at any time, but the questions will be put to our debating teams during that period of 15 minutes or so. We then will move on to closing arguments. For closing arguments, the proposers of the motion will have 4 minutes in which to speak, and it's a matter for them how they decide to divvy that time up between themselves. And similarly, the opposers of the motion will also have 4 minutes. That will then be followed by a final vote. I hope that is clear and there is no confusion. Debaters, is that clear? Everybody's nodding. I think people are on mute, so they can nod. They can only nod. Okay, well, that's fine. If that is clear, we will move on to say a few words about our eminent speakers for this evening. All men of distinction and reputation who are putting their reputations on the line this evening. No pressure, gentlemen, no pressure. But they are putting themselves out there for your entertainment. So these gentlemen, they deserve a round of applause, I think, at the beginning. So if you're in your living rooms, clap now. We won't be able to hear you, but clap anyway. They will appreciate it. Debaters, this is the night that you have all been waiting for. No, it's not your wedding nights. No, it's not that. But you've been waiting for this night nonetheless. I know you have been preparing. Shakir, I see you. I know you've been preparing hard for this. Ali, you have been preparing too. Muhammad, you've also been preparing. Hassan, you were preparing 5 minutes ago, but you were preparing. So that's good. We know that you've all been preparing. Let's introduce our speakers. IT, are you there? IT, can we unmute the speakers in turn? So first of all, we have Shakir Ali Bhai. I've been sent a little bio. I'm all right. How are you?
Very good.
How is lockdown treating you?
It's very quiet until now.
Very quiet. All right. Well, it's not going to be quiet this evening. So, Shakir Ali Bhai, I've been given a biography for you. Shall we read it out?
Please do.
Do you dare me to?
Go ahead.
So, Shakir Ali Bhai, father of two, investment analyst by trade, degree in actuarial science, born in England with strong roots from Africa, has been living in the UAE for the last 14 years. Shakir is a crazy Liverpool fan. He's struggling with the current lack of live sport. How are you dealing with the lack of live sport, Shakir?
There isn't anything on. Yeah, it's good for Ramadan.
Good for Ramadan. You're not watching past games then?
No. No. Just following all the programs that EIS is putting up.
Good stuff. And you're a bit of a sportsman yourself, aren't you, Shakir?
I try. Age is catching up on us all, but I have been known to dabble.
Well, good stuff. We'll move on then. Thank you, Shakir. We'll move on to Ali Kanani. Ali Kanani is also a father of two. He was born and raised in this community, this wonderful community of ours in Dubai, where many of us are guests and have come to the party later. But he's always been here. He's a pillar of our community. He runs a dating company. Is that right, Ali? You run a dating company.
I sell kajur.
Oh, it's not a dating company. It's a date company. You sell dates.
I sell kajur, yes.
Well, for a moment there, you almost became the most important and popular man on the Khoja Business Leaders Forum.
Yeah,
we were getting messages about your dating company.
Just for a moment.
Just for a moment. You don't want to confuse your dating and your dates, do you?
No. Kajur is kajur.
You might end up with more than a bag of kajurs.
True indeed.
So what else can we say about Ali Kanani? He's in addition to running his day trading company for several years, he's an active healthy eating advocate. Is that right?
I advocate healthy eating for years. In fact, most members of the community will relate that to me.
Okay. Well, I'm just an eating advocate. That's maybe a bit different.
That's great. That's fine. Everybody should be an advocate.
Everybody should be an advocate for something.
Stand for something.
And we're going to hear some of your advocacy later this evening.
Sure.
So Ali has run many health awareness programs in the Jamaat. And I found this very interesting, Ali, this fact about you. I didn't know this. You have been homeschooling your children from the start. That's right. Pre-COVID.
Pre-COVID, yes. I've been doing it for 4 years now with Yasser, my oldest boy.
That's very interesting. I think if we have some time at the end, we'll come back to that. We'll ask you about that if we have some time at the end.
Okay, inshallah.
And I also understand, in addition to homeschooling, you're an avid gardener and you grow 35 different edible items in your garden.
This year I got 35. I actually counted them today to make a list, and there were 35.
Very good.
What I did this year was I actually spent time at the beginning of the season to label everything with its benefits. And I figured sometime February, March, I'll invite some students over, Yasser's friends, and educate them how it works. I mean, God had different plans. But I plan for next year as well, inshallah.
Excellent. We then move on to the opposers of the motion, who are, first of all, Muhammad Wakil, who is currently in year 11. Alaikum salam. So Muhammad is in year 11, studying at Jumeirah College, and has lived in Dubai all of his life. He's fascinated by the concept of game theory and is keen on studying economics at university. So Muhammad, what is game theory? Give us a 20-second summary of game theory.
Sure. So game theory is pretty much an applied mathematical concept which explores how and why people make decisions. So what I'm really interested in is the application of game theory to, for example, SMEs and MNCs and how the concept can actually influence the decision making. So for example, a manager's response to a price war. So what fascinated me was that I was really interested in behavioral economics and managerial economics. So I started reading on that. So I've started reading Art of Strategy and various books, which inspired me in this particular concept.
Very good. So do you think you'll be able to make use of game theory tonight?
It'll be interesting. We can try.
Well, we'll hear more about that later, perhaps.
Why not?
Muhammad also has a passion for public speaking and has represented his school in several debating competitions. We move on then to Hassan Mithani, who's also currently in grade 11, about to start his IB. He has a passion for politics, debating, and MUN. And over here in this note that I've been given, it says, Hassan, did you write this note yourself? Where is Hassan? Is Hassan on mute?
Yeah, I did.
You wrote it because it says here, you have an open water scuba license and you're an avid diver. I think we only went diving once. But you were very keen on the diving, I remember. So you are perhaps an avid diver. And Hassan has, during the course of isolation, discovered a new love of cooking. Do you want to tell us about your new love of cooking, Hassan? What have you been making?
So I think the last thing I made was a braised soy chili beef, Chinese, Thai, Asian curry.
Very good. And have you ever combined your passion for diving, your alleged passion for diving, and cooking? Have you combined these passions?
How would I do that?
I don't know. Perhaps you could try making pani puri. All right. So thank you, Hassan. We will move on then, debaters, to our openings. So we start off for the motion with Shakir Ali Bhai. Your time starts now.
Assalamu alaikum, my brothers and sisters. Gujarati and Kutchi remain our only connection to our motherland. They are our mother tongue. This motion recommends we pass on the skill of speaking our mother tongue to our own children. So let's start with discussing the purpose of language. Language serves three functions: communication primarily, but equally importantly, language is a carrier of culture, and thirdly, an expression of identity. If our children learn to speak Gujarati, part of our culture will be protected. But I ask you to consider this. Why is this so important? You can't really know where you're going until you know where you have come from. And our values and heritage are deeply rooted in our mother tongue. Gujarati culture is diverse and vibrant. Gujaratis are well-known entrepreneurs and businessmen, even amongst the Indian community. Family structure and religion is important to us. It's part of KSI. And our culture extends to our food and our clothes. These values resonate with us because they are who we are. Our fear of conforming to modern society has eroded this heritage. We want to perfect our English from an early age. As an example of perfect English, well, there is no better than our moderator, Mr. Raza Mitani, whose English is on par with a BBC News presenter. Raza is a British national, no doubt, but is he English? Do his values align with the Anglo-Saxon culture? Our kids will always learn English and other languages because they are immersed in the society and the culture around them. If they can also speak Gujarati, they can benefit greatly. Over 40% of the world's population are bilingual. Studies show that bilingual children pick up additional languages even faster. Parts of the brain are more developed at an early age through learning of multiple language, and the impact is so significant that certain diseases are delayed in bilingual adults, Alzheimer's and dementia, to name a couple. Gujarati is one of our inherent skills. Why would you deprive our children of it? At the very least, our children will benefit from learning to value their roots and their culture. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shakir. Before we go on to the first opposer of the motion, I've been told that we've got the results in for the pre-debate votes. The pre-debate votes, which came in and were counted before Shakir gave his opening, were as follows: 74% of you, the audience, are in favor of the motion, so that is an overwhelming majority. And against the motion, we have 14%, with 12% undecided. So the opposers of the motion have a heavy burden to discharge. So that's where the voting rests at the moment. With that, I invite Muhammad Vakil to the podium.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, my audience, moderator, and opposition. The most dangerous phrase in humanity is we've always done it this way. Now, I'm going to prove just how useful speaking Kutchi and Gujarati really is in three key questions. 1, is speaking Kutchi and Gujarati a necessity? No. 2, is Kutchi and Gujarati a universally comprehended language? No. 3, is it morally right to force our children to speak these languages? No. Let's discuss these three questions a little bit deeper. Firstly, is speaking Kutchi and Gujarati a necessity? The stereotypical assumption is that Kutchi is a comprehensive accepted language. Yet this is just a fallacy. In fact, when we speak this dialect, we're obliged to use vocab from other languages due to its limited lexis. That's not all. Kutchi can't be read, nor can it be written. It doesn't even have its own script. In fact, when it comes to conversing technical aspects, which includes but not limited to scientifical, mathematical, and even expressing your human emotions, consider yourself forced to find a new language to communicate in. Disturbingly, only 0.7% globally speak Gujarati and Kutchi combined, compared to the 1.5 billion people who speak English. After my analysis, I call our version of Kutchi a bland language full of kyo and kuro. Moving forward, one may ask, is Kutchi and Gujarati a universally comprehended language? No. Realistically, there's one globally accepted language, and that is English. Indeed, our forefathers communicated in Gujarati at one period of time. But the times have changed, the social structures evolved, and English has become the norm. I comfortably speak to my grandparents in English, and that is a stereotype. Audience, please pay particular attention to this. The platform that we're using today for this debate is EIS, English Interactive Sessions, not Kutchi Interactive Sessions, nor Gujarati Interactive Sessions. But one may ask, why EIS and not KIS or GIS? Because our community prefer English over Kutchi and Gujarati. Our Nohas, our Marsiyas, our Amals are conducted in English and Urdu, not Kutchi nor Gujarati. Lately, we have seen an increase in the demand and popularity of lectures, poets, and munajats in English. If there was really this determination to teach our children to speak Kutchi and Gujarati, and it takes such a significant part of our cultural identity, then we should have seen the initiative of Kutchi or Gujarati interactive sessions. The truth is, we don't see this because it isn't universally comprehended. It isn't the norm anymore. It's not a necessity, yet English is. Finally, is it morally right to force our children to learn and speak the languages? No. The motion clearly states, don't take me wrong, this House believes that we should. To clarify, the verb should means used to indicate obligation or duty. So in this context, the motion indirectly reads, this House believes that we should, or it's our moral obligation, to an extent even force our children to speak Kutchi or Gujarati. Dear audience, do you think it is principally justified that you choke and force your child to speak Kutchi and Gujarati despite them having opposing views, limiting them with no freedom of choice? I'll answer with one word, no. So to conclude, 3 arguments, 3 strikes, 3 reasons why we should win this debate. Strike 1, speaking Kutchi and Gujarati is not a necessity. Strike 2, English is the norm, not Gujarati nor Kutchi. Strike 3, it is ethically not justified that we force our children to speak a language. In baseball, 3 strikes means team proposition, you're out. But just to add the icing on the cake, and for the sake of our audience, if you don't believe my words, believe your Imam's words. Imam Ali alayhi salam said, do not raise your children the way your parents raised you. They were born for a different time. If our Imam tells us that we should adapt to change, then I have nothing more to say. With that, I rest my case and beg you to oppose. Jazakallah, and apologies for going slightly over time.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. We will now go back to the proposers of the motion. Ali Kanani, over to you.
Yes, assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Hassan. I've been given 3 minutes, and inshallah we'll make 3 points. Mohammed, by the way, thank you. I remember my younger days when I was saying the same stuff. Anyway, when I was reciting the Amal, the surahs on the 23rd night, we came across this verse that says, and of his signs is the creation of the heavens and the earth, and the difference or the variety, ikhtilaf, in our languages and colors. And in there are signs for people of knowledge. So this Quran is telling us that we must celebrate our diversity. This sign is going to stay till the end of time. The diversity is a staple of human existence on this earth. Each one of us is rooted in one of these languages and colors mentioned in the verse. No matter how much English or Arabic or Urdu we try to speak, ultimately, as the global Khoja community, we are rooted in the villages of Gujarat. Along the journey out of Gujarat into Africa and other areas, and then further afield, we kept adopting the practices of our new homes. What kept this global community around the world united was our language, Gujarati and Kutchi, that carried with it our memories, our cultures, cuisines, and values. I'm sure, and Muhammad, you will agree with me, all of us have more than one person in our family who loves Dokra, despite never having been to Gujarat. But beyond the cuisine, our language has also embedded within it a value system, which we unconsciously imbibe as we grow. In all our families, no matter how much English we speak within our homes, we still call our grandparents Dada, Nana, Ada, which is part of the value system of respect of our elders embedded in the Gujarati language. Our language has grown in an environment that respects the elders of the community and the family, therefore has words built around that, around the respect that they deserve. My friends, language is just a medium, a glue, that allows culture to transfer from one to another. Our ways, or as I say in Gujarati, ritne riwaj, our behavior, our cuisine, our values, our morality are all kept together by language. Once we lose the language, we lose our culture too. Our culture of Khoja, Shia, Asnashri is a culmination of Islamic and our Gujarati values that we have managed to preserve over the generations. The way we talk to each other, the way we conduct our religious programs, our hospitality, our akhlaq are just part of this culture that has brought us here, overcoming many difficult times. Gujarati is the mother language of us Khojas. Without one's mother language or our cultural language, we suffer from an identity crisis because we eventually become devoid of our heritage, our culture, and our roots. Language is the glue that holds our community together. And that is why, my friends and my esteemed opponents, that I choose to teach Gujarati to my children by speaking with them at home. And why, Mr. Speaker, I stand for the motion today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ali. We'll move back now to the opposers of the motion. Hassan, the podium is yours. I believe you're still on mute.
Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum, noble opposition and respected audience. As our first speaker explained, in the modern Western world, there is simply no need for the Gujarati language, especially as individuals like ourselves who live in the West. But giving up Gujarati due to its futileness does not mean giving up our culture, unlike what the proposition said. There is no identity crisis. We don't become a stateless, cultureless people. Our culture stays. We still have our kavanu, our food, our jamaats, our values, our race. We're still Indian, and of course, the religion of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So what we need to do first is to separate Gujarati and our culture. And that separation, ladies and gentlemen, is already happening. Nowadays, even our madrasas have abandoned the Gujarati languages. We're taught in English, are we not, Ali Uncle? The future of our community is not one where children are spoken to in a foreign language which is of no use or purpose to them. We don't live in India anymore, so why should we still speak Gujarati? 2 years ago, I was fortunate enough to visit Bhavnagar and Mahua, two major of the origin towns of the Khoja community. The experience was a riveting one, but what stands out to me to this day was the conversations I had with the youth in English. Children from these villages, not speaking Gujarati, but English. They told me that English was much more important to them than Gujarati, as it would allow them to be educated in the West. It would provide them with opportunities. They even asked me for help with their English in our conversations. But the opposition tell us that Gujarati is part of our identity. So let me ask you this. If they're not speaking Gujarati in the motherland, why should we? Why is the opposition bent on clinging on to relics of a bygone time? We have left the Khoja ship. We have landed in Africa. We have migrated to Dubai. This world is not one which requires our Gujarati. That is to say, our Gujarati. The Gujarati that holds very little resemblance to the Gujarati spoken in India today. So Gujarati is our heritage, but it is not our future. On another occasion, Imam Ali alayhi salam also said, do not impose your own traditions on your children, since they are living in a different era to you. But that is what the opposition asks for. Finally, if the opposition sees Gujarati as a way to pass on the rewards of language learning to our children, alhamdulillah, but then of course, why learn a niche Indian dialect when you can learn Arabic, the language of the Prophet, of the Imams, Hadith, the Quran? Inna anzalna Qur'anan Arabiyyan la'allakum ta'qilun. In Surah Yusuf, Allah says, and we have sent it down as an Arabic Quran so that you may understand it. This was not by chance. Our life goal as individuals and a community is to reach the highest level of taqwa and closeness to Allah. So why don't we help our children, get them closer to Allah, learn Arabic, teach them Arabic, speak to them in Arabic, so that they may understand the Quran, Hadith, and that they may create unity with the ummah of the dunya. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala Muhammad.
Thank you very much, Hassan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for your questions. We haven't received very many questions yet, which is a little bit of a surprise. We're getting some in now. I suspect that many of you were waiting for the speeches to close before you put your questions on Slido, but the opportunity is open now. Please send us your questions. This is the time for questions. We have a good chunk of time to devote to your questions if you want to ask them. If you don't want to ask them, then that's fine as well, but it will be more interesting if we have your questions. So a few have come through already. Let's put them to our various panelists. Firstly, question to Ali Kanani. Don't you think if you spent time teaching your children Arabic, that would be more beneficial because that is the language of the Quran?
Yes, I agree with you. And I very much teach the language of Arabic to my children as well. Mother language is not taught. They pick it up from the environment. So we just speak around them. It keeps the heritage there and they learn the language. Arabic is not our mother tongue. We learn it like a language. Mother tongues are learned differently. Hope that answers.
Thank you, Ali. Opposition, do you have any comments on that?
You see, do you mind if I answer?
Please go ahead.
So when we see about our mother tongue, we need to understand one particular preposition which we understood and we saw in Hassan's speech when he mentioned that the issue that we're facing is that Kutchi and Gujarati has changed so much over these years that if we were to go back to the native country and try and converse with them, we would struggle because of all these additions of English, Hindi, or Swahili. So in the end, when we look at our culture, when we look at the fact about this particular language, we see that it doesn't have as much significance to what we actually spoke. What we need to also understand is that our cultural identity is not only made of one particular language, it's made of several different factors from religion, race, food, dress code, cultural practices, etc. So we need to understand that sometimes we need to evolve as human beings. That's a purpose. And that's what we're trying to stress as team opposition, the fact that we need to move on. Because when you look at society as a whole, when you look at the fact that who I'm going to mingle with tomorrow in the workplace, you need to understand and be respectful that there are other communities out there. And we'd rather learn a language that is so many more benefits than a language that's actually liability, which is Kutchi and Gujarati.
I have a point about what he just said. Can I correct him or is that...
Yes, please come back, respond.
Mohammed, I deal actively with people in India. It's part of my business. They speak the same dialect that we speak. I mean, the languages are very, very similar. I'm not sure if you've experienced this. There's differences that you're talking about. They speak very much. Every country, even Arabic, every country has their own dialect. But that does not change that one cannot understand the other. We're not opposing to anybody learning English or means of communication. We learn the same theories of economics, for example. That's just to get our way around. But what we're saying is we must preserve our heritage and our roots because we are Indian, we are Gujarati. And through that, we transfer our heritage and our root to this child to help them go back to it, to understand themselves fully.
True. Do you mind if I respond to that?
Can I respond?
Please do. But before you do, I've been asked to just remind everybody about the voting process again. So we will have voting at the end of the questions and closing remarks. So far as the voting is concerned, you can only vote at the end if you voted at the beginning. So I remind everybody, you can only vote at the end if you've voted at the beginning. And also, if you have voted at the beginning, please do stay until the end and cast your final vote. Thank you very much. Yes, go ahead, respond.
Unfortunately, we've got to reiterate something. The fact that our cultural identity is not only made of one particular language. Well, Ali, uncle, you need to understand the fact that our cultural identity is not just made of one language or mother language. There's a lot more factors that take place to present what we are. What we're trying to suggest is opportunity cost of us taking the time, for you taking the time to teach your children Kutchi or Gujarati, is that we could take that time to actually learn Arabic. So for example, we see several initiatives that are happening around the world in all various committees in various communities, for example. For example, we see our seniors who are taking the initiative to actually learn Arabic. There's sessions this particular Ramadan, and we see a very active and strong response. The question is, why are they going towards this particular response? Why are they actually going and choosing to learn Arabic? When the opportunity cost could be that they would spend the time to go and teach their youth Kutchi and Gujarati. It's because the limitations that Kutchi and Gujarati has, the fact that it isn't spoken widely, the fact that 0.7% of the world speak Kutchi and Gujarati combined, It's very, very limited. We're at a niche. So when we think about a cultural identity, we still have our race, we still have our food, we still have our dress code. It's just that our language is now becoming more enhanced for the sake of evolution, for the sake of how we're actually evolving. We need to go with the norm. We need to address the fact about how all societies are interacting. We need to address, so if I go to the East or I go to the West, I'll be able to speak in English. But you see, Kutchi and Gujarati is very, very limited and has a niche.
So the next question we have is for Hassan and Muhammad. And the question is, Agha Sistani emphasizes the necessity of knowing your mother tongue. Are you saying that Agha Sistani doesn't have a futuristic view? That is the question. Hassan and Muhammad.
I think what we're saying is not to go against your marriage, obviously. Learning about your culture, if you look at the broader perspective, and the more important point here is learning about your culture and not losing your roots. And like we've said quite a few times, we're not talking about leaving our roots completely. Just because we don't speak Gujarati one day, that doesn't mean we suddenly become, white. We still have our food. We're still Indian, right? We still have our skin color. We still have our values. We still have our jamaats, right? We still have our system of thinking, the Gujarati way of thinking. And just because we don't speak Gujarati anymore, that doesn't mean that suddenly all of this is lost. Our culture isn't just made up of language, but a wider, broader number of factors which add up to create culture. So I think the proposition, are losing the point here, which is that we're not losing our culture. And the reason why we want to leave or drop Gujarati is because it doesn't hold any value in the modern world.
If you don't mind, Raza uncle, if I could add on one thing.
Cool. Go ahead.
So when we did define the motion and we did explore this, that if the motion said this house believes that we could, where it gives the youth the freedom of choice to actually take up the language, then we would understand that. But what we need to understand, and what we did reiterate in the first speaker, is the fact that the motion states this house believes that we should. So we're pretty much forcing it down the youth. We're choking the language down the youth. And what we need to realize is that there are a lot of consequences that can lead with that. There's going to be a psychological repel in the community. There can be a lot of repercussions in the community. The fact is a generation gap already exists, and that is something that we all are aware of. Obviously, there are difference of opinions and views right now, but if we start forcing our youth to go down these lines, if we start forcing our youth to actually start speaking Kutchi and Gujarati, when there are other viable alternatives, for example, Hassan mentioned about Arabic, which is said in the Quran as well, we're going to cause a wider generation gap. We want to link everybody together. In fact, in Surah Imran, ayah 103, it mentions, and hold fast all of you together to the rope of Allah and do not divide among yourselves. The fact is, if you force down a language, if you force down, regardless of what it is, whether it's mother tongue or not, if you force something down, it's going to cause a psychological repel. And that's the concern that we have. We do respect Ayatollah Sistani's views. We're not going against it. But again, this isn't a law. It's a recommendation at the end of the day.
Thank you, Mohammed. There's a question that's come in.
Raza, can I just come in quickly before?
Oh, yes. Come on. Go ahead, Shakir.
Thank you. There is the comment on opportunity. Sorry, excuse me. The comment on opportunity, cost, and option. The motion states that should we teach our children to speak it, there is no option. Our parents only knew or know one language. 2-3 generations ago, it was only Gujarati or Kutchi. Today, our parents speak English very fluently, and they have the option of passing on this knowledge. So either it's Gujarati or Kutchi or nothing at all. We're not saying, I don't think it's recommended to limit the gaining of knowledge or other languages, and there is time for that. But the comment that Ali also made before was a mother tongue is not really taught. Kids don't really learn to speak. It's inbuilt in them. So there is a big differential between what has been mentioned before.
So
and the other point I want to make is that our identity, we do have an identity crisis. If you look at our history and you go back from Gujarat to East Africa to all over the West, even if you take our names are predominantly, in today's world, are predominantly Arabic as a first name. right? But our surnames are Indian. So we've got Alibai, Kanani, Mitani, and Vakil. So our culture is very much rooted back to our motherland. And hence we're talking about protecting that mother tongue. We're not saying that you have to communicate with the rest of the world in this language. You can't, clearly not. But there is some value and there is some inherent reinforcement of our identity in the language. And if it's lost, and since it is being eroded, we're seeing that kids today, be it 17 or 18, are cooking Thai dishes in their kitchen. That would not be happening 20, 30 years ago. And I agree, there is some...
I think they should be making parathas instead and puri.
Yeah. And no, my actual point there is to say that even though we like our food and we like trying new things, clearly there's nothing wrong with that. I appreciate a bit of Thai food as well. But we also appreciate our samosa. Right? Please carry on, Raza.
I beg to oppose if that's okay, Raza uncle.
Could I?
Or Hassan, if you want to go, you can go for it.
Yeah, just very quickly. Shaka uncle, you said that there is no value, that there is some sort of inherent value in keeping Gujarati as our mother tongue. But what is that value? Like we said, our culture, we're not leaving our culture. There is inherent value in our culture. And we still want to keep our culture and our traditions and our way of thinking and our values and our religion and our Jamaat system. But is there any value in Gujarati as a language?
Tell me, Gujarati is spoken by 60 million people. That's just, it might be a small percentage in the world population, but not everyone speaks English. And differences need to be we should be teaching our children not only to accept the differences of the world today, but we should also celebrate them. And there is a lot of knowledge in that and a lot of attraction in that between people is because of our differences. If we all spoke English today, then there'll be no opportunity for a lot of us, right? I'll give you an example. If you pop down to Mina Bazaar right now in Dubai, if you're trying to negotiate, and business and negotiating is very much part of our culture, right? If you want to negotiate with the trader there, if you speak in English, you're not going to get a discount. You'll have to revert to some sort of Gujarati or Kutchi or another language to give that emotional connection to them. You'll have to come back to ask them in Gujarati, Ochu kari desu or something or the other. So there will always be a connection for Gujarati to our people. Yes, not everyone is Gujarati, but there will always be this element.
I would say, though, that I don't see the one time in our lives or the two times or maybe a few more times for the women, those times that we go to Mina Bazaar, I don't see that as a valuable reason to learn an entire language. When instead of learning this Indian dialect, which doesn't really help us, we could be learning the language of the Quran, getting closer to Allah.
Exactly.
Hassan, few more times for the women. I think somebody's going to be in trouble.
If there is time, I'd like to contribute, but if there's more questions, we can move on.
So we do have some more questions.
Okay,
we have a question. Ali, we have a very interesting question for you.
Okay.
The question is, Ali Kanani, if Gujarati is such an important language, why didn't you speak in Gujarati when you made your speech?
I would have loved to. But the program is in English. What we are saying is not that don't learn English. We're just saying keep your mother tongue in place, keep the heritage in place. Hassan just mentioned about Jamaats. They're all existing right now because we have enough Gujarati people speaking leaders in place. As the language gets lost, we will see one by one element going out because language is a glue that binds it all together. So that's the reason. I would love to speak English. In fact, in Gujarati. In fact, if we had the opportunity, then that would be great. Both sides.
Very good. Isn't it, Ali uncle, if I could just interject very quickly,
Sure.
I think we're already losing Gujarati. So this is a change that is already happening, something that we can't really control. So you talked about why our program, for example, is in English. Our debate English ma kare Gujarati ma nachi. Kanke abada youngsters Gujarati nati samajhta. right? They don't understand.
Wow.
So this change is already happening. It's happened and it's going to continue to happen because we're losing Gujarati. And now it's not a matter of if, but a matter of when.
Yeah, precisely why we're trying to increase awareness so that we can increase the proportion of people who then speak Gujarati.
Exactly.
As a question last time, Ayatollah Shastani said this, encouraged us, and I can see his point of view that, the world goes through, like everything goes through a sine curve. And we might be going towards this peak where everybody should be similar, and suddenly we decline and nationalism rises and they say, go back to your hometown now, and you're stuck. So it's better to be equipped with our mother language to be able to be catered for that point, because it may happen a few generations from now. But if we've lost our heritage, where do we go? We don't know what our future is. And we are planning for our generations, not for today only.
Just something quick about the definition. Ayatollah Sistani says that you should keep your mother tongue. So the modern scientific definition of mother tongue is actually the language which you dream in. So even though we're taught Gujarati at a young age, I know for a fact, even though Gujarati is the language that I was taught as a kid, my mother tongue is definitely English. I don't know about you, Shakir, Uncle, and Ali, but most of us who speak Gujarati, because we're so involved in English, our mother tongue has become English.
Exactly.
I think the recommendation is towards us.
Definition. Oh, sorry.
Okay, go ahead, finish it.
No, that definition is fantastic, but most people would refer to mother tongue as the one that they would be speaking in their early childhood, right? I'm sure that is another definition of it, but that's where what we're talking about, our mother tongue being the language of our past, of our forefathers. Unfortunately, it's been whittled down, right?
We do respect that to an extent, but what we need to understand and what's actually not being recognized is the fact that we can't choke it down the youth, right? When the motion says it should, right? It's almost like an obligation. You're literally forcing the youth, you're choking down the youth and throttling them and telling them that you must speak Kachin Gujarati. You're not giving them that freedom of choice. We need to understand the consequences that can lead of this. We know that there's going to be a psychological repel. You're widening that generation gap, which already exists. What we need to understand is fine if we respect your thoughts and your views, but there has to be a decency in a way that we actually impose this particular language. We have to give them that choice. When we force it upon them, it's going to cause even more consequences. They're going to learn it as if it's a formality. And then you tell us, if I learned this language, if my dad forced me to learn Kachin Gujarati, I can guarantee you I would not teach my child. So automatically you're destroying this whole language on its own if you go down this path. However, if the motion said could, if the motion said that there was a choice, then some of us would learn it and preserve the language. So automatically, we're already realizing the fact that you cannot force a language down the person. And that's what me and Hassan are trying to say, that regardless of whichever route we go down, whichever point you say, we cannot force the language. And that's what we want to hear from Team Proposition. We want to see that response.
Can I respond or time? I'm not sure.
Just one question that's come in for Shakir and Ali, which is quite an interesting question, and it relates to the point that you made about Agha Shastani. So do you know on what basis Agha Shastani has recommended that people keep their mother tongue? Is it on the basis that there's some inherent merit in it? Or is it on the basis that he considered at some point in time we may be put in an unenviable position of having to go back to our so-called home countries, and in order to do that and operate effectively in those countries, we need to be able to speak our mother tongues?
Can I answer that, Shakir?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, please.
When I read the ruling or the recommendation, I didn't find any context to it. So I cannot say what was in his mind. But I do know and appreciate his wisdom in it. I was just trying to put a potential analysis into it, that he may have seen the future, that the world may take a different turn, and we must equip ourselves for that. But he may have another rationale, a bigger point of view. I have not seen any the way he derived that recommendation.
Can I respond to that?
Yes, go ahead.
That's very strange because it seems like, Brother Ali Kanani, with all due respect, it seems like you just picked out a cherry-picked example. Because when we see hadiths, which me and Hassan, we gave you eyes as well to justify our perspective. And the fact is, Imam Ali himself said in Nahj al-Balagha, and he did say, do not force your children to behave like you, for surely they have been created for a time which is different to your time. He in fact even said, He, in fact, even said, do not impose your own traditions on your children since they are living in a different era than yours. And that's actually from Nahj al-Balagha Interpretation, Volume 20, page 286. Because you see, from our side, we don't bring cherry-picked examples. We're bringing fully furnished examples. And the truth is, when we take Ayatollah Sistani and we give references and give examples, we have to justify the context. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, we said he said it, and we can confirm that he said it, and he gave the recommendation. And Imam Ali, he talked about tradition, but he still passed on language. Languages comes from the environment. It's not something you say, okay, my friend, from today we're going to speak only Gujarati. It's something, if the parents speak, the kids pick up. The motion here is not about the kids. It's about the parents. We must discipline ourselves to speak Gujarati, and the kids will pick it up. You don't send them to a Gujarati school. You just speak, and they pick it up from the environment. Like all the Imams spoke Arabic from the environment. That's where they were living.
Two strands I'm going to address that. Firstly, we need to understand about Arabic. Which language did Imam Ali pass down? Arabic. The significance of Arabic is widely much greater than any language. That's for starters. The second most constructive argument that I want to present to you is the fact is if we understand Arabic in a little bit more depth, and we see the fact is in our own community, in fact, in the whole global community, we see these initiatives where elders and seniors are taking part in classes to learn Arabic. Why are we seeing them to learn Arabic? Why aren't there classes for youths to learn Kutchi and Gujarati? It's because our seniors have realized, our elders have realized, and not only in our community, in the whole world, these initiatives are for a purpose. They've realized that Arabic is a significant and very important language, and that Arabic outweighs them teaching their youth Kutchi and Gujarati. They realize the limitations. We're in a world, in a modernized world. We're in the 21st century. So we have to see that there are changes, there is an evolution, and we as humans have this tendency to evolve. We can't be stirred, we can't be stuck up and stay in and hoard our own language. We have to go for change. If we were debating about Arabic or English, that would be a different context. But here we're talking about Kutchi and Gujarati, and the truth is there's so many other aspects of our cultural identity. We can't just stick with our language, because the next thing you can tell me is that we have to eat dosa and I'm going to force my child to eat dosa. So we can't stay with one particular route. We have to understand that our cultural identity will evolve and that it revolves around a lot more factors.
And just quickly off what Muhammad was saying, if we look at the Islamic significance of learning Arabic as a language, we don't really find ayahs about learning Indian dialects in the Quran, but we have numerous ayahs about learning Arabic in the Quran. In Surah 16, for example, Allah specifically talks about how the mubin in a clear Arabic language so that you may understand it. Then again, the same reference is made in Surah 26. Then in Surah 44, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, and if we had made it a non-Arabic Quran, they would have said, why are these verses not explained in detail? So it's very specific that Allah has sent down the Quran and sent down the prophets and the Imams in Arabic, not just by chance, but specifically so that we may understand the knowledge and the hikmah and the wisdom that Allah is trying to give us.
All the revelations were not in Arabic, just as a side note. The Tawrat was not in Arabic. Quran came to Arab people. The Torah came to, if the only revelation could be only in Arabic, then all the revelation would be in Arabic. But the Torah, it came to the people of their time. So Torah was in Aramaic, and Injil, Zabur, they all had their different languages. The Quran came to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. He was in Arabia at that time. That's my point.
There's one comment that's coming from the audience, and I don't know what the answer to it is, but the hadith that was quoted, Muhammad, by yourself in relation to bringing up your children, a question mark has been raised as to whether that's in Nahj al-Balagha, and if it is, do you have the reference?
Yes, one hadith that I do have is that do not impose your own traditions on your children since they are living in a different era than yours. And that's Nahj al-Balagha Interpretation, Volume 20, page 286.
Okay, thank you very much.
You can check that.
That's something that the audience can know that.
Did he describe traditions in that in the notes? What traditions was he talking about? Because a lot of our traditions have evolved and changed, but it doesn't mean that all our traditions should change, right? If you look at our modern marriage ceremony, the way our mosque operates, etc., has changed drastically from today to how it was a long time ago. But you also have to appreciate where we have come from, and in moving to new communities, etc., we have wanted our kids. Gujaratis have been very independent in their history, in their makeup, and they've wanted their children to have the best knowledge and education, and hence learning English, learning new languages. Today, our kids are even going to Arabic schools. Yes, they are. That is part of our Gujarati culture, to encourage our children to be the best that they can be. But what we're saying is you got to understand where you have come from and not lose this heritage and culture. And there is that link. It's not the only link, but there is a link between culture and language.
Shukran, uncle.
Gentlemen, I'm going to have to stop you there because we're going to run out of time otherwise. So we will move on now to closings, and you can make any remaining points that you have in your closings. So we will start by having closings from the proposers of the motion. Shakir and Ali.
Can I kick off?
Please do.
Okay. Keeping our mother tongue alive at home reinforces the sense of our own identity. Our history is rooted in migration and resettlement. So we have learned to adapt to new culture, and that is an advantage. But we must also teach our children who we are. They should be taught that we are all different, and that differences must not only be accepted, but also celebrated. Our culture and language is something to take pride in. We teach our children to appreciate diversity and respect other cultures. Respecting others begins by respecting ourselves and our heritage. So younger generations will always drive change, and that is the way of life and progress. But can we guarantee in today's world that we are well settled and accepted in the West, the Middle East, or even East Africa? We have migrated before, and we will again. So we're next. Losing our mother tongue shouldn't happen on our watch. Please, Ali.
Okay, I can take from there.
Go ahead, Ali.
Okay, so after hearing these discussions, I want to clarify something. Mother language does not develop like normal language. Mother language has 4 stages of development. The first part develops in the womb of the mother. This embryo is feeling the language of the mother. We can call it the cellular birth, the cellular stage of development of the mother tongue. The second stage is when the child is born. We call this like physical birth. The child has eyes, ears, a brain. The child is listening to the language of his mother, correlating the words to the actions and feelings. The language is forming in the brain of this child, even though the child cannot understand the meaning behind the words. Then we go to the third stage. The child becomes older, begins to go to school, and is now exposed to new people, friends, and new things. He's still young. He starts understanding these things at a deeper level. What to say, what not to say, how to say, what tone to speak in. We can call this the emotion birth of the language, or the emotional element coming into this mother tongue. And then when this child grows up and interacts with other societies, other cultures, he learns new ways from them, new practice from them. And we see the social element of the mother tongue now coming into this. From all the 4 stages of development, the first 3, we as parents have high control in bringing the Gujarati language and with its values into the child. The child is still with the parents, with the community, with the family. What I'm trying to say is that we have a high opportunity to teach them the language and with its values in the first 3 phases. If we miss the opportunity and they go into stage 4, where they interact with other cultures, the kids tend to get confused and lose their culture and language as they adopt to the new ways of working within society. So we need to speak to our children in their mother tongue early on in life and help them identify with themselves and their culture before they're ready for the outside world. It's not like putting a gun on their head, it's just like speaking with them. So in conclusion, our ta'aleem might come in any language, the language of the world, but our tarbiyah is from home, where we pass on our values through our language, Gujarati or Kutchi. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ali. We shall move on then to the opposers of the motion. Muhammad and Hassan, can you give us your closings, please?
Hassan is going to start.
To finish off with, I'd like to summarize our points first and then go quickly into a little bit of rebuttal. Firstly, the reason why our community spoke Gujarati in the first place was out of pure necessity. We lived in Gujarat, and this was the only spoken language over there. However, in this era, in order to survive, we must be able to adapt as a community and understand that Gujarati no longer holds any value to us. Our Western lives require English Being proficient in this will give our children countless opportunities. Now, although it is true that Gujarati is a strong part of our heritage and past, it does not form part of our future or our culture now. We should be proud of our cultural system, yes, but is Gujarati a part of this? No. If the languages of our forefathers hundreds of years ago do play a part in culture, it's like, how far do we go back? Do we need to start teaching Sanskrit as well? Through our speeches, we have proved to you that the opportunity cost of elders teaching their children Gujarati is the time which could be spent learning Arabic in order not only to reap the benefits of learning a new language, but also to further our Islamic knowledge as a community so that we may understand our religion and reach higher peaks of taqwa. We have provided you with hadiths and ayahs from the Quran to substitute this. Very quickly, a few points of rebuttal. The first speaker said that Gujarati and Kutchi is our only connection to the motherland. That's untrue. We still have our race, we still have our value system, as said before, and we still have our food, our kadi khichdi, our jalebi, our mandazi. Then the second speaker went on to say our value system is not embedded in Gujarati. Our value system is embedded in Gujarati, sorry. But that's not true. Again, our value system isn't embedded in Gujarati. Our value system is embedded in the religion of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Then again, the second speaker said that he thinks Gujarati is our glue. Now I say that our glue shouldn't be some Indian dialect, but our glue should be the Quran. Thank you very much, Muhammad Vakil.
The most dangerous phrase in humanity is we've always done it this way. We can sum up all of the prejudiced responses of team proposition in 3 words: culture, identity, and heritage. And a cherry-picked example of Ayatollah Sistani. Here's our response. To reiterate, the motion states the verb should. Should means used to indicate obligation or duty. So in essence, we are to an extent forcing our children to speak Kutchi and Gujarati. Audience, let's together explore the dire consequences. In team proposition's world, they will force their children to speak and learn the language. A language that isn't universally accepted. A language that isn't the norm, quite frankly. So this will cause a psychological repel in the community, resistance in the community. What does this mean? As we're aware, a generation gap already exists. The elders will force the youth to learn the language against their will. Inevitably, the youth will show no genuine passion and love, and they will learn it as a mere formality to keep the seniors satisfied. In the next generation, do you think the youth will pass down the language that was forced upon them, choked upon them? If the motion stated could teach, then that gives the youth some freedom of choice. But should means an obligation. We can't force a language, we must embrace it. Our demands and requirements cause the existence of EIS Live, English Interactive Sessions. If Kutchi and Gujarati were so important and had such a significant part of our cultural identity, why don't we have KIS or GIS? In fact, our seniors around the world who speak Kutchi and Gujarati are now actively taking part in Arabic lessons this month. Why an initiative to learn Arabic? Because the opportunity cost of teaching their children Kutchi is that they could spend their time learning Arabic. Would you rather learn a dying language, or would you rather learn a language that would allow you to understand verses of the Quran? In fact, globally, we have sports classes and religious classes for the youth. Why don't we have Kutchi classes? Why is our madrasa in English not Kutchi and Gujarati? The answer comes from a hadith from our Imam. Imam Ali alayhi salam said, "Do not impose your own traditions on your children, since they are living in a different era than yours." For the reference, Nahj al-Balagha, Interpretation, Volume 20, page 286. Our cultural identity will always exist. It's just that it will evolve with time. If our opposition was such diehard fans of Kutchi and Gujarati, then at least they should have conversed in the language. But they can't, because we prefer English. English is the norm. And at the end of the day, when you do cast your vote, just ponder, what are you watching this debate on? EIS Live, English Interactive Sessions. Where's the Kutchi team proposition? Where's the Gujarati team proposition? We give you hadith, we give you Quran, we gave you live examples. Whether we like it or not, we have to move on. And with that, we beg you to oppose. Jazakallah.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That closes the debate. So whilst the debate has closed, voting is now open. Voting is open on Slido. Please do, therefore, give us your votes. We have a short period of time within which to collect in the votes so that we can then count them up and announce the winners of the debate. So I would urge you to vote as quickly as possible so that we can count your votes and declare the winners of this debate. In the meantime, let's just see how our various debaters feel about how it went and how they performed. Shakir, how did you think it went?
It was, thank you, Raza. It was very entertaining. And it was a challenge going up against these two young debating professionals. So, but it was a lot of fun. And well done to all of us and to the organizers especially. Thank you, Raza.
Do you think you bowled over the opposition?
It's a battle in our homes as well as on the web today, so and across the world. So it is a challenge. I'll add to the point that we're not taught Kutchi or Gujarati in our madrasas, etc. We're not even taught our history as such. So there are a lot of limitations in the way that our history is communicated to us. And our community is a migrating, adapting, changing, evolving community. So these challenges will always persist, but our identity should be recognized through some shape and form. And inshallah khair.
Thank you, Shakir. Ali, how do you think it went?
Yeah, I think it went well. There were good points. And I see myself because 20 years ago, a long time ago, I was exactly that. We have to have English. Why are we having all these programs and all these different languages? But over time, we mature, and when we have kids, things are different. So very well done, Mohammed Ali and Hassan. You guys are very good at breaking arguments and bringing it forward. And thank you to the organizers as well. Really, really good. It was fun.
Mohammed, how do you think it went?
Alhamdulillah, it was a great experience, and I'm fortunate to be here. Obviously, thanks to the organizers for organizing an event of this sort. It was very entertaining, and it was insightful to see two different perspectives. When you prepare for one side, you usually miss out on the opposition, and it was a good, entertaining debate where we saw good points from both sides. So I really enjoyed it.
Thank you. And are you feeling confident about the outcome?
Well, we're going to find out very soon, aren't we?
Pardon?
We're going to find out very soon. We have to stay optimistic.
We will find out very soon, depending on whether the IT works. IT, do we have any numbers yet as to how many people have voted? We don't have we do. We've got some numbers. About 120 people have voted yet. So far, 120 people. So we're going to give it a few more minutes. But whilst we're waiting, let me just reiterate how the winners of the debate are going to be chosen. So as you will recall, we had voting at the beginning, and we are now having closing voting, and the winners will be those who manage to persuade greater numbers to their cause. So the voting is going to be key on the closing. So what we'll be looking at is how many people have changed their minds. And that makes it as fair as possible because it takes account for the fact that some people, seems a lot of people at the beginning of this debate had quite a clear view as to what they considered to be the correct position on the motion. So we're going to try and keep the voting as fair as possible. And we may, in fact, have a situation where the team that wins is not the team that carries the motion. So that'll be interesting to see. So we're still waiting for the numbers to come in. Whilst we're waiting for that, gentlemen, what are your plans for Eid? Are you doing anything exciting?
Can we go, Raza, can we go back to that interesting topic of homeschooling that Ali was talking about?
Oh, yes. Why don't we do that? Ali, you were going to share some of your wisdom with us. I think in some ways, that's more exciting than the motion. Because we're all struggling. We're all, us parents, we have bags under our eyes. We're all struggling with homeschooling. Tell us your secret.
So when e-learning thing started, I guess everybody started homeschooling now. So I put my students in a KHDA-approved school called Academy, where they give you the syllabus and they have ways to check. But the idea of starting was, I wanted to spend time with my kids. And this way I had a discipline about it. And it would be very nice because I can relate to the growth of my child, the way he thinks, the way he behaves. It's really cool. And seeing him develop, and he will not feel that I'm not spending enough time with him because I'm always with him. Now, as we go along, it's taking more and more time. Initially, it was about 3 hours a day. Now it's a little more. But yeah, it's really cool. You're with your child the whole time, and the bond that's created will go a long way.
Very good. And do you have any tips for us, those of us who are relatively new to homeschooling, because it's been foisted upon us in the last couple of months?
But don't do it as a task. See it as an opportunity. And so many avenues open up. If you say, oh my God, I got this lesson, that lesson, these children are excited to learn. They're not excited to work. They're excited to learn. If you make learning exciting because you think it's an opportunity, they'll take on that vibes and then flourish. And he does really well. I think the fact that he gets one-on-one coaching does really well. You should try it out. Our academy is a nice school.
Well, thank you very much, Ali. Words of wisdom. Whatever happens, we're leaving this debate with some words of wisdom from Ali, which hopefully we can all implement. So thank you very much. The results are in, gentlemen, and the results are as follows. For the motion, 57%. Against the motion, 43%. So the team opposing the motion are in fact the winners because they have succeeded in securing a swing in their favor of plus 29%, which is pretty impressive. Well done.
Well done.
So congratulations to you, Mohammed and Hassan. Well done. Thank you to all the debaters. Thank you very much for taking part. Shakir, Ali, Hassan, Mohammed, all of you, you all did a fantastic job. And we're grateful to you. Thank you also to our brilliant IT team, who are the heroes behind all of this live streaming, EIS, making all of this IT work, because without it, we'd just be a bunch of people sitting on a Zoom call talking to each other, and the community wouldn't be able to have events like this. So thank you very much for that. It just remains then to say good night to all of you. So first of all, from the debaters.
Good Hafiz, take care. Be safe.
Good Hafiz.
Thank you for joining.
Good night from the debate. Good night from the debaters, and good night from me. Thank you very much. Good night.
وغم سينجلي بولايتك يا علي يا علي. كل هم وغم سينجلي بولايتك يا علي يا علي يا يا شهر الخير عساك بخير، في هذا العام نشوفك غير. اختلت لدروب تحل قلوب لهالأنوار بحنين الذوب. تحن لها المجالس لمة الأحباب، ولنفاس التلاوة في حضن الكتاب. وعنا اليوم يا حسرة مغلق الأبواب، مجالس خالية وتناشد الغياب. وبالقرآن هي تزداد. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. شهر الصيام في هذا العام، لفعلنا بدمع الأيام. مساجدنا ومآتمنا وسط حسرة اختلت منا. نساي الليلة تنص بسؤال الحال، عن البهجة التزفها بفرحة الأطفال. غصب هذه السنة تتغير الأحوال، وندعي ربنا يرجعها بالآمال. بالإحسان يا سبحان. يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله. يا حيدر يا أبو الحسنين، يا طالع حصن خيبر، يا فارس بدر وحنين. صدق بالغدر تتطبع، شباب دمه يتخضب. لاجله بالحزن ننحب، يا فجعة قلب زينب. يا علي وياها نصيح، علي بمحرابه يطبع. والموكب عسى وانا نلطم صدور حني انا. كانت هالشوارع هاي نمليها مراثينا يا الله يا الله يا رحمن يا منان يا الله من الأحياء نعيش أجواء من الدعوات بقت له صدى وله عشنا. شهر رمضان